Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, and now I am here with MORPH. Say hi to your fans.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. You guys changed a new roster this season. Is there any difference compared from last season?
Oke, buat pasukan MORPH sendiri ada perubahan roster. Ada nggak perbedaan di antara roster yang kemarin sama roster yang sekarang?
Kalau perbedaannya roster yang kemarin lebih lama persiapannya. Kalau roster sekarang agak persiapannya lebih pendek.
I think the difference between last roster and current roster is the duration of we prepared things. So basically, in previous season, which is the old roster, we need to take some time to adjust with the roster and we need to prepare for the tournament itself. But then compared to this season, everything went smooth and we only take a short time for us to improve.
More smooth and better, right? Okay, I got that one. There is no Indonesia team domination this week, but your team has improved a lot. What adjustment have you guys made in order to secure the Super Sunday?
Oke, buat minggu ini kita nggak melihat dominasi daripada Indonesia lah, tim-tim daripada Indonesia. Tapi persoalannya ke kamu adalah apa yang kamu bakal lakukan untuk secure slot di top 8 Super Sunday itu nanti.
Kalau dari kami lebih objektif sama elims-nya lebih distabilin lah. Karena kan dari kemarin kami lebih banyak perangnya daripada objektifnya. Jadi kami mungkin objektifnya lebih distabilin.
So for today, in order for us to qualify to Super Sunday, I think we're gonna play more objective because we take a look back in our previous situation, which is we always aim for elimination point instead of playing for objective. But today, I think we're gonna change it by playing objective more compared to elims point.
So you have new plan now, right? Okay, I wait for it. What will your team be focusing on today to secure the top 8? What planning, elimination or placement?
Jadi soalnya kurang lebih sama aja. Bagaimanakah kamu mau fokus itu lebih ke arah elims point ataupun kamu mau main dapatin placement point buat kamu lolos ke Super Sunday itu tadi?
Kalau dari kami lebih distabilin dua-duanya, tidak bisa dipilih salah satu karena dua-duanya penting. Jadi lebih stabil aja.
If you ask me regarding this question, I think we cannot choose either one. It's because for me, to be honest, both of them is important. We need to get a placement point and elimination point as well in order to qualify to Super Sunday. So right now we're just gonna focus on our game plan. We're just gonna play objective and try to get a lot of kill as well.
Okay, so hope you guys can do like you said.
Thank you.
Okay, and before the game start, please stay fighting to your team.
Jadi sebelum kita mulai bertanding, sedikit kata-kata semangat buat teman-temanmu di atas.
Buat teammateku, main enjoy, fun aja pokoknya.
To my teammate, just have fun and enjoy. We're just gonna do it.
Okay, fighting, just fighting to your team, louder.
Disuruh teriak kayak semangat gitu, tapi teriak.
Shouting.
Pokoknya buat my team, semangat.
To my team, keep fighting.
I think they didn't hear you one more time.
Jadi ini mau sekali lagi.
Buat Jiro, Flippy, Huluk, semangat, kita bantai hari ini.
To my teammates, Hulk, Flippy, and Jiro, keep fighting. We're gonna dominate this lobby today.
Okay, they didn't can say like louder and shorter, just keep going. Okay, thank you, Say, to join us for interview. And now it's time for a game. Let's go to the caster days.
Well, that was very loud, but I guess they leave the noise to us at the Casters Desk. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of week number 2 group stage. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. Together with us, your storytellers, my name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo, and I'm pretty sure Choo Choo can do a lot more louder than that.
I mean, we definitely will be louder. We're shouting because we're shoutcasters, but we try to tone it down for a bit for you guys. And speaking of which, it was quite an interesting interview. I really want to know regarding the elaboration of the interview. How do they want to, when is actually the time that they should balance out between, like, there are circumstances where you focus on eliminations, and what are the circumstances or the conditions for the team to finally just focus on the chicken dinner and placement point instead. There must be some conditions for them to actually balancing out between these two.
Well, in theory, I would say probably it's depending on the circle as well. If the circle is far, then naturally you might need to fight your way into the circle. Hence, you will have more opportunity to gain elimination points. But if the circle is near, you can potentially go into the middle and then play safe a little.
That's gonna do. But today we already done with Group C. It's gonna be the last day of the group stage. Regarding the participating teams, it's gonna be reintroduction of Group A, Alter Ego, the Infinity, MORPH, Team Secret, PA, VOIN, Donkey, GEEK Fam, and YOODO is back to fight against Group B. And
of course, today it will be the last day. So Group B also will be in it. PMSL Esports, XERXIA, TALON, Vampire Esports, 719, Flash, TODAK, as well as PIGMY, and they will need to fight their way for the top 8.
Regarding the comparison between the two teams, it's going to be the 9th place PIGMY and MORPH, which reintroduced by both of them, but we do have PIGMY yesterday starting off their day 1, so it's going to be a fair play for between these two teams regarding the matches. When it comes to the numbers, it didn't actually differ as much except for the average placement points, so PIGMY do play themselves a bit safer and play a bit more strategic compared to MORPH, which we had the interview before. They did mention regarding they play a bit more aggressive. Today they were focusing more towards their safety and placement.
And if we focus on the head-to-head for our two main players for teams, Dimzy representing PIGMY as well as Zay, who had the interview for MORPH. And Dimzy having a little bit more average eliminations just by 0.1, 1.2 versus 1.1. Average damage also not too far between the two of them, 307 compared to 273. And when it comes to average assists, also very, very close between the two of them.
Now, regarding their past replays, we are actually looking at PIGMY a bit more aggressive than last week compared to week number 1. They definitely have progressed and have been trying to adapt themselves when it comes to team fight, CQC, even there are some awkward moments and remarkable angles. They actually managed to get some even long range and mid-distance shot. But when it comes to also Team Flash in this highlight, we have to agree Team Flash, they kind of going back and forth regarding their objectives of the day, whether they want to go for eliminations or whether they want to go for placement.
At least the good news for Team Flash is that they did not have a 0-point round. Every round they make sure that they'll be able to collect couple of points or a good amount of points depending on which one we're talking about, and they had one of their best rounds inside of Irango, so that could be the comfort map. But here are our overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. So since today is going to be the last day for the group stage, we're going to put a little bit more focus onto who may be in the top 8.
Now, the top 4, I think it's kind of confirmed they will advance towards the Super Sunday. We did mention the benchmark is going to be 85 points. YOODO Alliance, FaZe Clan, Beta, and Xavier, especially Xavier, is definitely 100% going to Super Sunday here. But the number we should watch out for is going to be where placement of Boom. Now, Boom actually played yesterday as the start. If we compare right now with the other teams on the second page here, I mean, that's a great start from them. I cannot wait to see what they have to offer to us today.
Yeah, and on page number 2, unfortunately, the only team that is confirmed, not going through is Roy, because they've ended their group stage campaign for week number 2. So they will be starting their last chance qualifiers with only 16 points. So a lot more points for them to gather, and hopefully they'll be able to learn a thing or two from looking at teams today.
Yep, when it comes to the matches, you know that the teams that done and completed their run of 12 maps will not be playing here today, which coming up from Group C. But when it comes to today's matches, starting off as per usual, Sunhawk, Irango, then to Miramas later on. And don't forget, it's going to be GMT +7 for your time zone, so readjust accordingly.
Yes, so 6 maps as usual, and after the 6 maps, we will decide who will move on to the Super Sunday directly and who has to play extra days. Now, there's still a lot of teams that can switch, so make sure you guys stay tuned for these 6 games that you don't want to miss. And of course, we're going to start it off in Sandhawk, and every Sandhawk match we always have early fights in Sandhawk, so expect the same in our first game today.
And speaking of Sunhawk, so far the circle has not been kind in Sunhawk. Multiple Camp Alpha circles we had last week, and slightly a bit different when it comes to week number 2 here, comprises in the center of the 3 islands. Okay, it's back to us, I guess. Now, speaking of which, where the players still trying to prepare themselves and prepping regarding their first Sunhawk of the day, this is going to be our prediction. For me, these are the teams that didn't score any chicken yet by far within 2 weeks.
Okay, so that's why you put them as some of the teams to be watched. Now, I think some of okay, so PA, we have the similar thought as well. Looking forward to see if they can bounce back, because week 2 hasn't been really shiny, just like their week 1 campaign. Vampire Esports, the home team that has a lot of promise when they started the campaign. Well, yesterday was okay, 30 points, but it's Vampire we're talking about, so I'm sure a lot more expectations for them. As for Team Secret, they missed out on the first Super Sunday, and at this moment they are still just okay, and just okay might not bring them the second Super Sunday, so they cannot afford to miss out on the second one.
Now, we definitely know the teams that actually didn't make it up to the Super Sunday in the first week definitely cannot afford to lose another week here. Unfortunately, except for Vampires, of course, the rest of them, most of them actually didn't make it through yet. The one that we mentioned that they haven't scored any chicken by far. Now, speaking of which, Cloud, do you think they still have a shot if the team that happened to be missing week number 1 Super Sunday and miss a second week Super Sunday to manage to advance to the grand finals at this point?
It depends, of course, because as of now, based on the Super Sunday score, we only there are teams that score really, really low, especially Vampire Esports, who only scored 8 points. And assuming the worst case scenario for them, they don't make it through, then it's that slot is up for grabs. That could be the same for some teams at the bottom or at the edge of the week 1 of Super Sunday as well. So mathematically, it's still possible, but you don't want to leave it for the last moment. Let's begin our game now in Sandhawk.
We're back in the very small map of Sunhawk. I swear to God, this is going to be a very swift and fast game, by the way, because we've seen so many aggressive Sunhawk early on. But when it comes to the team that we should be looking at when it comes to aggressive play, it's going to be Alter Ego with average point of 12.8. But compared to VOIN Donkey, look how big of a gap. There's going to be 5-point gaps between the first and second place of the average point in Sunhawk.
Yes, and that also means that, again, it's telling us the story of a lot of early fights may happen, and some of these teams may be eliminated early, maybe in Circle 2, even we might see a good amount of teams eliminated. But looking at some of the early drops, common spot that we always see fights as Sami. Looks like we're not going to see it this time. MORPH is going to take Sami all on their own. And everywhere else, so far it seems like a good spread.
Pretty decent. No early clashes, and nobody, hopefully in the case, nobody will actually clash too early with their scouter be caught in between. But I'm looking at Boom still hovering around the sky. Team Flash, I'm not sure if they will try to just take advantage from a distance. I think they're still looting up since of that. So there won't be any early skirmishes or first blood yet. But the circle, high chance it will end up in the blue island of the mall. Okay, fine.
Well, Stray Kenny found by none other than Rosemary. And you give him this kind of target with an M4 at this stage of the game. Well, it's going to be a straightforward knock for Rosemary. And while he waits around the corner, just to make sure that no one else comes by, looks like he's going to go in for potentially the loot.
Why not? It's a free first blood, plus also nothing to stop him for now. But we talked about the circle before, so majority of the teams, if they're a bit later, we do know there's going to be a lot of choke points coming up from the smaller islands of the left side. But Alter Ego, that's going to be the first block, finally finished off with quite a distance between them. Still scores 1. And look how the spread of Alter Egos is currently right now, quite confident regarding the firepower. Well, they're definitely one of the best teams out here in Southeast Asia League. And also coming up from Rosemary with Hans for you. This is a deadly duo for now.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop into Chem Alpha, you would kind of expect to meet up with Alter Ego. They have never budged that spot since forever. So I guess maybe that was not really anticipated by at least Kenny from Sem9. He dropped too close to the area where Alter Ego normally drops, which is around the area of Camp Alpha. And sometimes they do drop on the Camp Alpha mountain directly. So yeah, not a good start for Sem9 as they are still in pursuit for the top 8 directly.
And speaking of the top 8, the magical number was around probably 40 for now. So we do know 85 is going to be the magical number by the end of the day. PIGMY versus XERXIA. Now PIGMY do have a bit of short-handed right now. 2 players knocked down with XERXIA only 1 to trade. Omega Mind just finished off. Jubranki, Lobby X will have to reset himself, but hardly got any first 8 laying around.
2 knockdowns back to back, and the last remaining member of PIGMY definitely will not go in. Too bad for him. So, okay, he will be picking up his teammate. That's going to be Dimsy there. But they're definitely not going to pursue any further. I mean, 2v4, not a good idea.
Well, they can try. You can see they did not even trying. Team Flash come out from the back. My God. From the pan to the fire and into house, straight into back of the lobby to prepare themselves by Wrangle Map. That was a quick run for PIGMY. It was less than 2 minutes in.
Oh, but the Razak's in trouble as well. Caught at the bridge all alone, and 3 touch. He's cooking up his nade. Razak will be forced to move, and Razak, somehow evaded that nade thanks to the box.
Now, lucky enough, he's still got a couple of band-aids to work with, but it's going to be shot from Rocky. The off-angle shots happen to be connecting and touch in trouble as Razak just dropped a nade. Will try to finish off from a distance here, not taking the risk to overexpose and overpick himself. And that's going to be a Kobe and finish off secure 1 point translation. Despite Razak actually got ambushed by Infinity, who just happened to be bridge camping here. Still managed to turn things around. Well, we do have another fight versus for Team Secret and TODAK, if I'm not mistaken.
As of now, looking at the bridge situation, they're still being pinned down by the Infinity. But we have TODAK on visual. The moment we have them on screen, Tam eliminated by Namkyut. Now TODAK, 2 players left. I mean, TODAK is the only team with a single digit now. And if they go out early again, I don't know. TODAK, they'll probably need to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers.
Speaking of which, Team Secret and TODAK both desperate for the points since both teams didn't actually manage to squeeze through the Super Sunday last week, so they will try to play as aggressive for the start of the day just to make sure they have a safe spot in the top 8 for week 2 Super Sunday. But in the case of TODAK, I have to agree, this seems to be very grim for their start here.
And left with only Iftar, and there will be nothing much he can do to save his teammate. So it looks like he'll play safe and hopefully be able to collect a couple of placement points at least. So now he has to use his invisibility cloak if that ever exists. As for PEA, so we did talk about them in terms of their rotations being cut off by a lot of teams because they kept repeating the same thing from last week and they were caught out. But they had a day's rest yesterday, and hopefully today will be a new lesson learned for them, and they can reapply again today to hopefully put in a better performance.
True to that, the teams that actually didn't play yesterday was actually Group A. Now they do have fresh mind coming into the last day of the group stage, which is today, Friday. Tomorrow is going to be last chance stage. Nobody wants to grind for tomorrow. Everybody wants an off day, but it's going to be limited slot. We do have top 4 kind of confirmed. I would say kind of because it depends on today's performance, but high chance the top 4 already sort of confirmed their spot up there when we talked about yesterday's performance as well. But it's only that means there's only 4 more slots available, which are going to go straight for the Super Sunday.
Yeah, pretty much it. Unless the D-Xavier version 2 happens, but I guess I don't know yet. Looking at the potential of that happening, it seems quite low as well, because we can also see that on the current chart, like the points are very close to each other from Alter Ego all the way down to Talon. The gap is only 8 points between them, so they might try to cancel out each other, and indirectly they will also allow the top 4 to be extra super duper safe up there.
I do have the circle shrink down, and it seems like XERXIA, Team Flash, PEA got himself in the center. 7-9 tried to squeeze in as well. Well, we do have latecomers coming up from the north, Infinity, and more from the southern side. So Alter Ego, they might actually be choked here, trying to cross over towards the side of Painan, but they will try to make way in. We do know they are very sneaky and witty enough to make themselves be available inside of the circle when needed. Now, on the side of Boom, they start to rotate. And speaking of which, we talked about points early on. Sadly, I have to say this is quite detrimental for PIGMY to be eliminated early. This is going to be open up the stretch between them and the rest of Infinity, Alter Ego, and Boom was very close when it comes to the points, including down to even VOIN, Donkey, and MORPH.
Yeah, so it will definitely be a race to the end. And with a good amount of teams able to climb up, well, we can probably see, I don't know, I'm expecting this, right? If assuming that the points remain this close towards maybe the last 2 games or maybe the final game today, then we might see hot drops to try to cancel out each other.
That high chance will be, especially when it comes to the last Erangel and 2 Miramar maps by the end of the day. But GEEK fans spotted out Talon players. Now Talon, we did mention about the red logo teams yesterday. The only red logo team didn't score any chicken yet when it comes to week number 2. It's gonna be Talon. Last week, if you compare it with this week, I don't know what happened to Talon. They lost their spark here when it comes to week number 2. But when it comes to the average elimination, still one of the highest up there.
Oh yeah, 5. Joining together with Alter Ego, 8.8, man, that is a huge number there. 7-9, 5.8, and Void Donkeys 4.2. But with 7-9 now with 3 players, I don't know how they can increase this average eliminations. Probably going to be hard for them. But for Alter Ego, because they scored the first elimination up against 7-9, expect them to roll with the numbers, probably getting the same amount as the average score here on screen.
I do expect Sam9 to actually roll the numbers up here, since I think you guys actually do notice about the recent content where Dak actually flew over to Thailand. Previously, he was quite separated, so they don't have any miscommunication issues anymore when it comes to discussion and how to reassess regarding their revision of each of the map rotation. I think it's more solid with all the teams now reunited once more in Thailand at the current moment. Now, speaking of which, will that actually translate into progress? We have to wait and see, because look at VOIN. Despite they have 4 players, look at how they spread themselves so wide apart.
Yeah, just to get a better map control, since we're in stage 2 and they do have that mounted, so it's pretty nice what they have set up in case any team would come by. At least if one player did not see the rotation or caught in the blind spot, another player will be able to catch it. And that is where Alter Ego rotated smartly past Painan, anticipated that nobody would be here, but their next challenge is going to go past Painan because there's another team actually waiting for them.
Oh my god, how they actually navigate themselves within the very small alleys and between those compounds and within the buildings. Actually quite a tremendous effort to be put in there. Alter Ego on the other hand, they barely make it in as the circle shifted away from them. We do note that Team Talon, Talon XL and Redface pretty much tried to keep lucky enough. They did not seem to be interested and might actually not heard their audio cue before, since they got themselves nearby the compound of GEEK Fam in the southern side.
If only they have a full squad still, they can play by the edge of the circle and also try to block Alter Ego from coming in. I would presume that they probably saw the rotation of Alter Ego inside of Painan, but because they don't have the numbers there and they probably don't want to pick that fight against Alter Ego. Well, maybe they don't know it's Alter Ego, but still, because it's two players, they want to let that one go. But for YOODO O2, let's see if they will let their teammate go.
Infinity TODAK still fighting despite they only have a couple of players left, but Talon now going in have that fight for the CQCs in a very small building here. It's going to be clearing up the corners, but Redface actually shoot more precise compared to the players of TODAK. There's going to be last one member remaining. TODAK will bite the dust. Ended up with only 1 point. Next we have YOODO O2 versus VOIN.
Two knockdowns here, one each. As we got Rocky cooking up his nade. Kid doing the same as well, but they are tossing the nade onto the other side. And Rocky's still okay. Ooh, Rocky. Second nade. Lucky he evaded that. Heals up with the bandage. And looks like Kid will take the close quarters combat against a VOIN Donkey.
Now Rocky, his attempt to actually revive Zeta was not a success, but Kid definitely knows he's going to be around this corner, just around the rock. It's going to be Rocky versus Kid on top, but Kid knowing that he wouldn't take any risk from the Blues and have to just extend this fight inside of it. But Kid, if he's not being careful, it's going to be a long shot coming up from VOIN as well. He cannot overexpose himself with Abby helping beside him. It's going to be 2v1 for Rocky, but Rocky still fights back. VOIN, take it on one. Rocky's doing so much work.
And Boo Boo will help him to knock down Kid. My goodness, Rocky somehow he still managed to survive this. How? He had the disadvantage of being at the lower ground, but then again, YOODO O2 not able to get onto him, and now it's going to be Fredo versus Rocky.
And Rocky still have 6 versus 8, all randomly sprays by VOIN Donkey. Oh my god. They had the upper hand, they had the advantage, but the experience on VOIN Donkey plays is way more technicality, more mechanical skills when it comes to trying to play things around, and they did a big work there.
Extremely beautiful trade as well, and Rocky just needed to follow up, and that's how they want to fight. And now Alter Ego against MORPH in this warehouse where the circle might move away, but Alter Ego, they are not a team that shies away from a fight. As a MORPH right now pinned down to the corner, but this warehouse still has part of the circle.
Now we do have a quarry circle, which is going to be tricky for the teams. GEEK Family in center, Talon trying to squeeze in as well in the middle, while MORPH trying to shut down on the advancement of Alter Ego here. Zay, who just being interviewed before, interesting camera with both on Zay. Flippy cooking up the nade, we're trying to turn the corners around Octa. Alter Ego Octa trying to just find an opening towards this warehouse, which is quite difficult since their defense is quite strong as well from MORPH.
Not only that, XERXIA crashed into the compound of Talon, and they only had Redface left, so Talon eliminated at number 12 with 1 elimination point, and at 1 point, to get out of the last member of TODAK. But now we're back on the Alter Ego with Octa knocked down, but a couple of things happened there. We now hunts for you, last man standing, 1v1, and it is going to be Flippy landing the final blow. The latest member of MORPH did it for the team.
He took a lot of hit for that one. They managed to defend with 2 players against the entirety of Alter Ego, which was the 3 of them, as Rosemary being eliminated early on. But for VOIN, this migration might cause them trouble. Rocky and Razor both eliminated by Boom in a glimpse, and that was a flashy one as well because Yummy May, the sprays coming out from the side of Boom, pretty stable and pretty good at controlling their barrels.
At the moment they drove by, immediately took out their opponent quick and fast to take this pole position. Nicely done by Boom Esports. 4 elimination points now in the hands of Boom, and now they are at 53 points. And MORPH is still behind them, but the gap is quite significant with 10 points between the two teams.
Speaking of the two teams, Team Secret and Boom Boom, they got themselves presented with the face of VOIN just now. Easily take them down, but Team Secret will be a bit more careful. BA taking this very slow indeed with Team Flash. It's going to be the fight of the blue.
Oh, Guang. Oh no, knockdown on the outside. Couple of shots onto Guang. And the last blow will come from Blaze from PEA. As PEA will pick up the first point in this round, leaving the rest of the other members of Team Flash out in blue. But Batman to a long range, and Brian will be eliminated by Young. Point still goes to Team Flash.
And Batman tried to outflank Sam9, but he got caught instead. Yuhai got himself quite a vintage point up there. Can see it as clear as day as Batman trying to just run in a straight direction, which was a clear and easy task for Yuhai to shoot him down. Team Secret on the other hand still having a bit of a tension between Boom, but there's also PEA on the other end. So Team Secret now confused whether to focus on which team and which direction at the same time. While Team Flash didn't turn out so well, that's going to be the last of Ghost, who got finished off by the play zone instead.
Wow, much needed circle for GEEK fam, since they're now in the second last place to use all the help they can get. But Team Secret now, how are they going to cut across? Looks like they're going to go straight through Quarry in. Probably going to come out the other side from the inside of Quarry.
Multi-level terrain of Quarry make it difficult for the players to select which kind of direction and angles they want to work around this circle. But Sam9, they have to force their way fighting into Boom, or it's going to be PA. Pick their poison. Yuhai will try to deny the entry of Blaze. Here comes the nade cooking up. A bit of a late return on the side of Blaze, but still not being connected. Here comes the second nade, an exchange of hands of the nade. A bit too overcooked in the hands of Blaze, but Yuhai will have to go for a slight retreat there.
Oh, but the nade from Razy actually knocked down Kiddo instead. PEA now there's Blaze left with about 30% of health left. But now Sam9 shift the focus onto Boom Esports by knocking out Yummy. That position compromised, and now he has to be super duper careful because he does not have any healing utilities.
EA, it seems like the late rotation did work so well for them. At least they placed themselves at 8th place, but Dap on the at the brink of death here. I would say really at the edge of being pressured by Boom. With Boom only Yummy May being knocked down, so it's not a problem for them to have that revival happening very soon. But will Team Secret or Team Vampires want to butt into the business between Sam9 and Boom right now?
But looking at Boom, so far so good for them. 7 elimination points and still a full team. And they definitely want to clear their flank. So Sam9 will be their next focus with the nade being cooked up. But Sam9, they probably know what might happen soon. So they relocate themselves behind another rock. And now the circle will shift. Oh, they still have the circle up north.
Lucky enough for the northern side, because GEEK, Fatman, Vampire seems to be exchanging bullets down there. And Boom definitely hesitant whether to go in where Vampires are or not. Well, you have found the Vampires, spot them out, turning it down to only 40% of HP left, made a bit of a U-turn. And Yuhai, his ammunition is running dry. I don't think he can spray from the distance too much. He needs to be a bit more reserving with his magazines.
Yuhai now, last man standing. With Dap on his knee still, but there's pretty much no way for Yuhai to save Dap since Dap is surrounded by the members of Boom Esports. Definitely the point will go to them. At the same time, look at the elimination feed. Snags from GEEK Fam lockdown.
Team Secret decided to take a bit of a dip around the Lake of Quarry right now. XERXIA, Megamind might actually spot out Trung, but if it's not being careful, might actually be surprised from the flank side. MORPH tried to flash out and just advance towards the component of where GEEK Family currently is. But the wall will not shield them forever. The last of MORPH have to go down and settles as one by one being picked off by GEEK Fam. They scored himself a 4. Even though MORPH got himself dominating, they're having a hard time to cut across Quarry.
0 take it out. And this will be an opening for GEEK Fam to move into the circle. They have to get across the road, but the moment they want to get across, immediately sent back. And they have to find a different entrance now, but on the side, a member of MORPH, Flippy, could surprise them.
Already prepared with the DBS. Here comes DBS in action. Eyes in on the ground, but Flippy couldn't make it through because the blue zone is too punishing. But at least for Geek Fam, Audrey is still alive, but I couldn't make it through as well. The zone just finished off Audrey due to how they've been delayed slightly because of the sudden surprise at the back. But next we do have the top 4 vampires. Pretty slim chance here. But for XERXIA and Boom, they still have a full squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, Boom, the last we saw them, they were in a very good position. But the team that's not in a good position is going to be Team Secret now. Playing as a duo, they have to hike up, and the next opponent is going to be XERXIA. Nate tossed across by Brick, but it's not going to be easy to land since XERXIA, they do have the Fortress.
Now, speaking of brick by brick, Team Secret have to advance here with the Blues and start to pressure. Time is not in their hands, but it's going to be an easy task. XERXIA, they got himself quite a prime spot with so many covers, down to only Break. And Break is taking so much of the blue. XERXIA, on the other hand, they're trying to finish off Team Secret, and that was an easy task indeed. Now, next is going to be Boom, coming up from behind, trying to demolish XERXIA and surprise them with the advantage of those elevations.
Oh, here we go! Boom Esports! They actually have XERXIA surrounded with Crazy and his high ground, and on the other side, Boom Esports! Let's go! XERXIA, just like that.
It's gonna be a winner chicken dinner. Boom! Got it this time with a boom, bang, bang. First game of the day, last day of the stage group. And he's definitely going to put himself quite confidently around the 6th or 5th place, or probably around 7th place here. We do know they placed himself at the 8th prior to this game, so it's pretty much kind of half foot in towards a Super Sunday for now for Boom. As long as they maintain the consistency, it's a no problem for them to just go straight to this Super Sunday.
Well, welcome back, Boom. Because yesterday the first half for them was pretty rough, but the second half we saw the two Boom Esports back, and today in game number 1, Boom Esports continue to be in the PMSL this season. Now looking over at the stats, everybody contributed to elimination. Tabulating the numbers now, it is 17 points collected.
The usual numbers we had around the high end is going to be 14 or 21. It's so hard to have in between, but they're close enough. If they can actually score another round of similar performance, just like the first Sunhawk here of the last day of group stage, it might actually break the numbers here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, okay. I believe it was 16 that I calculated, but anyway, it's a high number for them. Now we're going to highlight Bombit as our MVP. 6 eliminations, 600 damage, 188 damage received. A lot of beautiful numbers here. 29% team contribution and 20 minutes 14 seconds survival time. And when it comes to headshots, who needs headshots? 4%, that's okay, as long as you can score the points.
It's all about the numbers that have been translated into point. Doesn't matter how much damage, but if you can get those eliminations, that's where it really matters. When it comes to utility-wise, I think it's because of how the shift of the circle was super fast, super painful. So many teams kind of have to surrender themselves with the blue zone being halted, being denied their mobility towards the safe zone. Hence, so many teams being limited quite early. Will there many zeros? But we have to look at the highlight of Boom Chicken Dinner.
From Mog Night to Chicken Dinner with Love. This is Boom Esports 16 eliminations, so that's 26 points collected by them. And the only other team with a double digit is going to be XERXIA with 11 points. And other than that, interesting enough, we got Team Flash and VOIN Donkeys with 4 eliminations each and no placement points, but they still warrant themselves up here on page 1.
That's kind of true. Definitely not a problem for some teams, especially in the case of Boom. But when it comes to the zero, only PIGMY didn't score any. They're the first one to be out. They might actually lose their position in the first page. It might be pushed down all the way. Probably the second page if not being careful for the next one as well. But there's so many ones around this. There's going to be 5 teams: IQOO, TALON, Infinity, YOODO, O2, and TODAK. Score managed with 1 elimination due to how fast they're being eliminated early. PEA, I don't think they can play that safe zone too much now.
And when it comes to the overall rankings, okay, so top 8, again, ladies and gentlemen, is what we want to see. Boom Esports, so with that chicken dinner, they rose up to number 6. So right now, 75 points collected by them. And their closest contenders, 68 points. But then again, they will need like MORPH, VOIN Donkeys, and the Infinity to push them down since they are currently at number 6. And if we look at the gap between RRQ and MORPH, the gap is quite significant. It's 22 points gap.
Now, what's concerning is going to be the one that in the second page. PIGMY pushed down exactly like I mentioned, second page at 40 points with no point progress. Well, based on the first round of Sunhawk just now, but Vampires do have a bit of improvement, just swapping a couple of places. Yeah, 14th place. While the teams at the very bottom, the second page, they need to figure out how to gain themselves an average of around probably 8 to 10 points each map here on average.
And when it comes to the damage output, Boom Esports 1,686, but still able to score 16 eliminations. That means they have been stealing away eliminations, or they make sure whoever they shoot, whoever they get. And XERXIA 1,617 damage, Team Secret 1,427, and then we have a gap between Team Secret and GEEK 1,172, but it's also to note an improvement by GEEK.
Now, they definitely kind of playing it smart on the side of Boom. They actually, I have to say, some third party actually do contribute a lot when it comes to those eliminations. Number 16 eliminations. If you compare it with GEEK, there's going to be 10 elimination points of difference between the first and second place. While XERXIA and MORPH scored themselves 5 points each here. But speaking of which, I think it's pretty secure for the side of Boom. They are very close of getting those benchmark numbers. But when you head into a wrangle, now, will NKT biting their nails behind the scene? Because they do know slowly they start to be pushed down, and Boom is just going frenzy here with the start of our Sunhawk map.
Yeah, though frenzy is with Boom, so I guess that's why they took him as a player as well, because they want to go frenzy with it. But yeah, I guess great to see Boom up there as well. I think a lot of fans will be expecting Boom to be performing how they're performing right now. And they're they're quite in a comfortable spot, I must say. With the remaining 5 games, all they need to do is just to play it chill, you know, grab a few points here and there, and then they can grab supper early tonight.
Now, speaking of getting supper or not, some of them not even getting their proper dinner, breakfast and lunch. We're talking about the teams that didn't make it through for the first Super Sunday and might actually have to face the same consequences, the same fate, the same deja vu they had in week number 1. One of it, high chance is going to be NKT if they're being pushed down, because if you compare it with week 1 and week 2 definitely have a tremendous amount of progress. They cannot go straight, they might actually have a shot at last chance stage. But also speaking of GEEK fam, now they definitely have it tough last week. Last chance didn't make it through as well for the Super Sunday. Now they are at the very bottom tier as well.
Yeah, with 5 remaining games to go, they have to come out real big. If not, then it's more of a preparation for the last chance qualifiers. And of course, last chance qualifiers will carry over the points from the group stage, so they want to get a good starting point at the last chance qualifiers. That's why we can see that they are still putting in the effort. And what I noticed at least is that they have changed their strategy, at least for this game, playing in the middle and wait for teams to come towards them, and that's how they collect a couple of elimination points from that. Now, whether they will work again in the following round, we need to wait and see, because it's also depends on the circle. And to note that GEEK fam normally drops in very pier. It's by the edge of the map, so for them to get the circle on top of them or near them, the chances are not as high as if you were to play Pochinki or School or somewhere in the middle.
That's kind of true because it's quite a hard circle that we don't really see a lot of it around SMB circle, except for week number 1, of course. There are a couple of them ended up on top of the bridge, but after week number 1, week 2 don't really show the same sort of pattern, but more to its side of Pochinki, like you mentioned, the center of the peninsula. It's more high chance for the teams that do drop themselves right on top of where they circle or just nearby to it. Example is going to be the Xaviers. That's why they've been scoring quite consistently, but they are not playing here today, which means Pochinki will be taken by probably another 2 teams. We've seen it before, Vampires versus Creed VIP, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and since Creed VIP is not playing today, so it could be Vampire in the middle of the map later on, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind that that center of the map advantage, since Vampire Esports, they still need the points to be in the top 8. If not, it's again the same concept in preparation for the last chance qualifiers.
Team Flash, they are in reverie. Definitely had a tough run when it comes to this week, all thinking what should they do, what can be done at this point for them just to improve their points and numbers up there. A lot of head shaking, including aside of I think Secret as well. They're thinking about what should be done here. Nobody wants to face the camera right now. Everybody's not happy with their performance. I assume the same goes for the side of MORPH here.
Yeah, for MORPH, well, it's a 50-50 performance for them. And in terms of points collected, they are okay. But I guess right now, the bigger question is that because of the gap between the 8th and the 9th place is quite big. What we saw earlier on was a 20-ish point gap. So that means that they not only have to focus on their own performance, but to a certain extent, they have to hope for the teams on top to not perform in order for them to be in the top 8.
And there's going to be a tough battle or a tough challenge just to hope somebody not to perform at this point. But on the side of Vampires, last week, yes, they made it through the Super Sunday by the very last minute push down to the last chance stage. It was a bitter moment. Hopefully they will realize that they don't want to be in the same spot anymore. PEA players look a bit bravery, a bit jolly, because last week their Super Sunday wasn't so bad. They made it through in the last minute as well for their last chance stage last week, so it wasn't that bad for their performance yet. But we're talking about the teams that don't really actually get into Super Sunday, and TODAK is one of them.
Oh yeah, still the team with a single digit. They scored 1 point previously, so they are still single digit. 8 points for TODAK. Man, I mean, between them and also the top 8 right now, definitely is just for TODAK to prepare for the last chance qualifiers on Saturday and gain as many points as possible. Hopefully to not be at the bottom at least. Hopefully they'll be able to rise at least somewhere into the middle to give them a fighting chance in the last chance qualifiers. If not, their last chance qualifiers campaign will be very, very hard. But I also want to sidetrack a little bit, right? Like our camera panel onto Stone earlier on. I noticed that he has the whitest teeth of everybody. I want to know what sort of toothbrush he uses.
I think the toothbrush for veneers.
Called veneers?
Veneers, VENEERS. So basically, if you have a background of dentistry, you kind of know there's a process where they put a crown over their teeth, and it's actually not a pleasant procedure, by the way. But if you happen to have a lot of gaps between your teeth, that can be one of the procedures that a lot of patients actually ask for. Not that I actually do have dentistry, but we learn a bit of it as well. But yeah, I do noted that. I think one of the customers actually undergo veneers is also XERXIA, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, I exposed you guys out there. Don't mean it wrong. You're actually Googling it, don't you now, Cloud?
I am, but also I didn't know that. So it's true that XERXIA also had that veneers?
I mean, if you've been in medical field quite some time, you kind of manage to differentiate the distinction between the teeth that kind of original and the teeth that kind of undergone those procedures. You kind of get a glimpse or a hunch of a difference in it.
Looks like a interesting one though. Probably something that I can consider as well because it looks outstanding. You know, whenever he smiles, like I'm taking stones. Right? Whenever he smiles, it's like my eyes will be looking at his teeth, and it's like, wow, it's shiny.
Go for it. Go for it if you can.
I need
mean,
to
it's
make more money
expensive.
first. Yeah.
It's super expensive, by the way. One tooth is costing you hundreds, or depending on where you're at. Yeah, depending on where you're at and which clinic you actually go for, which dentist you're going for. So it depends on that. Really good veneers don't really can be spotted that they undergone the procedures. There's also different type of materials for it. There's composite. There's also zircon, if I'm not mistaken. Zircon is the expensive version of it, but the colors is way better than ceramic or it's ceramic. I think it's ceramic, yeah. So I mean, you guys can just Google down veneers if you're interested to have a model at whitened teeth with such a sparkly smile. Why not? If you have the capacity to do it, go ahead, guys.
Does it like decay over time, or it will remain like that like forever?
It actually will permanently be inserted there, but there are time to time you have to go a bit of a service, just go for scaling, and you have to really take care of your gums. So supplement and diet, it will be very crucial in maintaining your gum to be healthy.
Oh, well, looking at Stone, I mean, he does look very physically healthy, so he probably has that kind of diet to also not only maintain his physical health, but also his dental health as well. So Stone, good work there. I mean, gotta give it to Stone. Full package, pro player, PMWI, double champion and all that. It's just that, unfortunately, ladies, he's not single. Sorry, I had to break the news. But we're gonna break the break. And we're gonna jump in on the first Irrangle. Let's go.
Finally, we're back, but we have a northern side of a flight path coming up from the eastern side to the west, cutting across is Naya School and Rosok in the middle too, while hospital will be the ending destination. But if the circle happens to be going down to SMB, now that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, so that is something that we kind of missed. It's been a while since we've seen a United Base Circle. I wouldn't mind it coming back.
We lost Cloud in the cloud, by the way. Hopefully he's back with us. But I don't know if he's actually speaking. Sorry if we're clashing our voices here. Speaking of which, Cloud, with this sort of flight path, do you think there's going to be early skirmishes? I think they might actually do have. And who will occupy Pachinki?
Who will occupy Pachinki? Keep your eye on to Vampire Esports now. Yeah, I don't see any team possibly going there after studying the fact that Vampire Esports will take Pachinki in the absence of D Xavier, unless of course a surprise can happen. Okay, I'm looking at GEEK Fam hovering around, VOIN Donkey hovering around, but anyway, for GEEK Fam, they normally drop Therapia. It's no surprise that they may pass by there. But any team were to let into Pachinki? Looks like not even Vampire, but and we get our United Base Circle. I'm happy.
It's 80% SMB in the center now. There's gonna be a bit of rushing moment for the teams to migrate themselves toward the south. We don't know when the circle just contradict towards the side of a flight path. You have to make it in fast. If you're not, there's gonna be so many choke points you have to go through, so many gatekeepers just to bridge camp. And the worst part, you'll be pressured by the blue and the team in front of you who deny your entry later on, and it's gonna be the end if that happens.
And although PIGMY and also Team Secret, they like to drop inside of mid base and as well as Novo, they still need to make the rush in, because with this kind of flight path, other teams would think to themselves that, hey, this flight path, you cannot drop directly into mid base itself, so let's see who's faster then. And we could see like other teams taking Novo or mid base first before PIGMY and Team Secret.
Now there's two teams, including PIGMY here, just crossing the bridge at the very same time. I assume either they part ways early, just going in a different direction, or maybe PIGMY will try to pull over and just shoot them because they might spot the teams that follow closely behind. For Boom, on the other hand, they're taking their own sweet time across the field, knowing the fact, hey, it's okay, we're going to demolish and just bulldoze people from behind if they're trying to run away from us, and we're still going to get into the circle either way because of how confident they are with their firepower.
Looking at the stats on the right, Geek Fam took a bit of damage. Okay, so we do have Team Secret here and Vampire Esports around the area of Kuwari. So looks like Vampire Esports, they probably went back onto Primos, but Fluke, he got caught out as he was looking for a vehicle, and now GK has him on sight. With GK having more health, Fluke not healing up, I guess the risk is bigger for Fluke now.
Yeah, but speaking of which, I want to highlight one of our viewers, which is going to be John Doe, mentioning about the Vampires lineup, which Fluke's definitely being knocked down in an instant with Team Secret Tron coming up from behind, which also translates that Vampires, if Fluke is actually playing, so we're probably not having Newsy in this round.
Yeah, so there has been a lot of understandable criticism for Newsy, especially for last week, and if I were to be absolutely honest, I think Newsy is still trying to find his footing with this lineup. We have not seen the best of Newsy since his Infinity days. Whether you put it as a support, whether you put him pairing with Tony K in front, there's still something missing with Newsy, and I guess that puzzle still needs to be answered by the coaching staff of Vampire Esports. But for Boom, up against TODAK,
Tom already bought a park himself across the other side. Boom! Well, I did mention about how confident they are with their firepower despite being finished off. Yummy made the first one to go out. They'll still fight back. And TODAK, they are in shambles. Drill a bit too far to give a support fire. And the cover fire will not cover too much from that distance as Frenzy fire back. But his ammunition pretty running dry in the back line there. But Razy going all out flank and finish off. TODAK remaining with only one player left. This can be crucial. 8 points, Cloud.
Yeah, and we can see Lynx now at this hilltop, pretty much the hilltop by now. And he will definitely stay away from Boom Esports. Boom Esports, they will probably let the one go as they will want to focus on the loot since they made a quick rotation, and they will park themselves inside Novo for now. And maybe they will come out back again to Bridge Camp there in case any other team would pass by.
Now, since there's so many breach campers out there, Team Secret just opt out for the boat rotation instead. Now, back towards our earlier topic for Vampires. I think I want to just dig slightly deeper into it in depth. I personally do want to see Newsy to work with Miller. I think that's going to be the best thing. That it feels like it's all star-studded lineup for the side of Vampires here. But also, it might be, who knows, they're open for transfers for next season.
Funny enough, actually, I've asked that question before. And it's not like Mela isn't a great player. Obviously, he is an amazing player. But the short answer is that sometimes it's also about like chemistry. Like whatever that you see in game, how he performs, yeah, great. But when you put them together, sometimes it doesn't fit the puzzle, and they probably have assessed that behind the scenes. So that's why one of the reasons why Mela is still with FaZe Clan. But I do know that there has been an attempt to at least see if Mela can fit in together with Newsy and everyone else in the lineup.
Because I personally feel like Newsy, like we mentioned before, he's a high potential player, but I just feel he couldn't find himself the best partner to work things around. It feels like he's deserving to be the front line instead of a support, and it just didn't fit him so well for the support role. It feels like his potential is being pinned down. Like how you are back in the days when he's actually being blocked from being a frag in the front. But links to the last player of TODAK still found out one of the players of Boom, which can be Pombit. That's down to only 2 more players, where Yummy May also nowhere to be found, leaving only Razy and Frenzy left.
Oh, I thought Boom would go to Novo. Instead, they went all the way down south. But now Lynx exposed himself. Okay, he has to pull off a clutch here. 1v2 against Razy and Frenzy. And they kind of know that he is all the way back. 1 nade sent across, so that's another clue on where Lynx is at.
Lynx 2v1. He can do the miracle if he actually put his heart into it. Cooking up the nade, hearing the footsteps. The audio is pretty close. Here comes the nade. Toss over towards the window. Just a tiny bit frenzy seems to be connected to those nades. And Lane's tossing the last hand grenade he actually have in his possession. But Lane's with the bison. What can he do at this point? Two very different angle. Big swing or not. He got one, but not's going to be enough.
Yeah, nice trade off there. Knocking out Razy. But Frenzy was there to cover. So they had Link surrounded. Nowhere for him to go. And looks like TODAK will go out. But if there's any bright side to this round for TODAK, they're on a double digit.
At least they still have a shot at last chance stage later on, because it's quite a hike down there from the last place to go just up in the top 8. But the circle will speaks for itself, because it will be on SMB. But the problem is how much percentage of SMB it will be in. 100%. And the worst part, we still have 30% of water, but that's all the way down south. Team Secret actually opted out the right alternative to go straight for the book rotation.
Yeah, that's the part that I will be interested to see next, because I noticed that Team Secret, they dock around the area of where last we saw Boom, so there could be a fight after that. But for the other teams, okay, TALON from Milta Power took the boat ride, probably going to land themselves into Novo, or they might go down all the way down south. But if I look at their utilities, they can go down south as well. They're not too desperate to enter Novo to loot.
They have enough to survive, but for Vampire it seems to be a bit too much in the blue zone, while Infinity just get out from it. Rosemary from Alter Ego just spotted outside. I do realize that Rosemary, his facial expression before we start this round just now, is not too happy regarding the performance. And when it comes to comparing the performance of week 1 and week 2, it seems that Alter Ego, whether they are experimenting stuff, or they're just trying to figure out week 2 and how to adapt with the rise of the players from the second page of week 1 now shooting up here.
Yeah, well, if I were to look at the bright side for Alter Ego as well, right? So, of course, if we want to compare with week 1, they were superb. Like, they currently hold the most points, and even higher than Xavier this week. But if we were to double the numbers, okay, so now they have 41 points. And then we times 2. Like, assuming that today they get the same amount of points, they'll be 80 plus. So 80 plus is pretty okay for Alter Ego. And if they were able to get the ticket directly on Super Sunday, that's mission complete for them.
It's all about one target at a time, but DAP, despite we're talking about target, is a pretty easy target for Kwang just now, spraying over with a AUG, if I'm not mistaken, but the circle did not actually permit them to take it down in an instant. High fire back. Kwang got what he deserved just now, get his bit of a taste of his own medicine. In an instant, there was a clean, crispy execution on the side of Sam 9, but for Team Flash, that was an unnecessary loss for this side.
Team Secret. Okay, we're back on to what might happen to Team Secret down south there. Still in the water though, but they're still part of the circle there, so they can kind of hold on, take their time to make sure that the coast is clear before they actually dock themselves. But for XERXIA, okay, now praying that no other team's waiting on the other end.
Definitely nobody else there. Because we saw how far the circle just shifted away from this side of the bridge, I don't think nobody will actually bridge camp them at this point. But the question that I really back to know right now, are they the last team transitioning from the main peninsula towards this bridge? Because if the one that they should watch out for is the one that's coming out from behind, not the one coming out from the front.
Well, the only way to answer that is if we were to be shown the map soon, which I believe so, because we are moving to stage 3. But before we look at the map, Team Secret, GK knocked and eliminated by Audrey. So it looks like Team Secret, the moment they land themselves, as what we would expect, we'll see a couple of fights. But interesting enough, Namcute here caught alone.
Just one corner holding off by the side of Namcute. Team Secret, I don't know what the real plan is coming from this side. The moment they dock themselves around the coastline of southern side of SMB, decided to just part ways, not moving as a 3/4. And now this can be easily taken out one by MORPH. And Namcute now prepared with the DBS, the jump shot coming from Sleepy Rubizon. pretty much not really a tough task for him. Now, the rest of Team Secret, where are they?
Well, I had a glimpse. Okay, there you go. Yeah, they're still in the water. So looks like they split up. But maybe it's unintentional because maybe they wanted to join together, but they kind of got information that GEEK Fam is a purpose because of Audrey's shot earlier on. And as much as they wanted to join their teammates at that warehouse, but they couldn't because of GEEK Fam's presence.
I personally feel like, you remember Break when he was around Lipovka circle? It was similar sort of a hiding spot for Break last time. So I think he got the idea from that side on. And trying to implement it in this round as well. But for Team Flash, it's going to be versus Infinity, VOIN on the run and trying to position himself inside of the circle. But YOODO to Semna and Alter Ego, this is going to be a hectic triangle fight.
Go long range by Avi, trying to take down the members of 7-9, but now counterfire upon. Avi gets 2 first aids, but he fires back onto Yuhai before healing himself up. Got the knockdown, but now he has to be careful because the blue is onto him.
The nade just hit right on the dot. As Sam9 actually naded Abby down with the help of Alter Ego. Rosemary from across the other side did have a glimpse and visualization on this side. But Team Flash seems to be interested in here as well, going into the same direction. Spread of YOODO trying to randomly spray, hope it will connect somehow. But here comes Team Flash just to make it even tougher for the situation here.
And again, Fredo is the last man standing for YOODO. Where to go, where to hide, and Fredo taken out by Batman from Team Flash. Had a hand in this. And YOODO eliminated at number 15. No points collected at all. And for Alter Ego now not letting go of 7-9.
And Bluesin coming in. This is stage number 3, ladies and gents. It won't be as easy as the previous stage. And it's going to be tough because the circle will shift even further. It still comprises a lot of the sea area down there. Vampires already start swimming. Same goes for the side of MORPH, who actually holding the coastline. They're actually fishing the vampires out of the waters right now. I didn't know the vampires can actually swim. But Batman, the last player of Team Flash, still not done against 7-9.
Oh, there you go. Depth, 50% of health in the blue. Batman, 2 first aids and 1 medkit. Now, maybe it's a matter of who can out here each other. 30k! Nice frontal counter by 30k to take out Trixie.
Now, the rest of PA definitely don't want to have a bit of a pit stop here. Infinity giving so much pressure to actually push themselves around this area. Vampires, MORPH actually sharing the same place. This is going to be the worst timing for PA to be in the same spot exactly where they're being exposed towards their positions.
And Blaze now needs to navigate through. Look at how complicated it is to navigate through these containers. As a MORPH has Flippy all the way up here on this tower. And that could be a good vantage point depending on what sort of angle they can get from up there.
Kiddo. Spotted our swimming Vampires player. Straps and Tony can manage to land himself around the warehouse.
Oh, wow!
Flippy, what a nade from Blaze. Where did the nade came from?
Wow, that could have been like an Olympic record there on the level of height that he got on that nade onto Flippy. And with Flippy knocked down up onto that tower, it's going to be pretty hard for Hulk to save him. He has to win the fight against PEA first.
It's going to be a lot of teams trying to take over this rig right now. Hulk. It's going to be taking out the eyes of MORPH from the top of the rig there. Now MORPH kind of blinded. Heavy casualty on this side with Zero and Hulk remaining, while PA giving such pressure and spray towards Rosemary, but they still have a couple of rocks to take themselves as covers. But the one they should focus on for PA is going to be Vampires and MORPH, who happen to be sharing the same compound. Infinity in between. 5 teams around the same area here.
Oh man, I'm having a headache now looking at all these colors on the minimap by itself. And I guess because the circle is concentrated around the southern side. But we're going to move up a little towards the northern side where VOIN Donkeys up against XERXIA and RNJ is in trouble.
Rocky. Trying to find an angle is so difficult at this point. If they overpick themselves, they cost themselves their entire life and the entire run. Team Flash will have to resort to 2 eliminations only with no placement points. While RNJ spotted out VOIN for TALON taking on XERXIA as well. XERXIA do have too many problems to deal with and too many teams to focus on. We're talking about MORPH around the old rig later on, but the one that actually on top of Sonovska right now might be a bit too crampy for all the team to share within the same angle of circle.
Misery hidden behind the smoke, and that is going to be his only cover for now. As for VOIN, a donkeys. Now with Zeta down, Rocky healing up himself. But we're talking about stage 4, moving to stage 5, and the blue will definitely hurt. But now we have the presence of GEEK fam coming towards another team, and looks like it's going to be 7-9 with Depp defending his ground against Izane. Depp super duper low, finished off by GEEK fam.
Oh, yeah, with the help of Infinity, but never mind. It's going to be many teams going down back to back. We only have left with 9 teams within less than a minute just now. Well, VOIN, Rocky, no more first 8. Trying his luck to at least get one more eliminations by the very last minute. Didn't actually scores any. We're down to 8, but PA, at least they're holding this rig right now with Empire still taking those elevations. Team Secret, they exchange their places with Vampires. Vampires one swimming before, and now it seems to be the reverse. Talon, on the other hand, will have to fortify against PIGMY if they want to march and advance forward. Or maybe they can just go in, but there will be Boom waiting at the other end.
And they're trying to find this advantage first against Talon. Oh, Jobranki burned down. 30% health, he does have first aid, so he will be able to recover himself. While the rest of Talon, we have Yoru here circling around, trying to find the next entrance. And Axel keeping an eye on PIGMY. Needs set across onto Axel. Axel! Oh my goodness! The moment he tried to drive away, Axel laid it down, and out he goes.
Down to only Misery left down there, but Misery is best to actually just go for the left side of a circle. It's pretty tough competition here to get into the circle to fight against PIGMY. Entire team still alive, and all full squad alive for PIGMY. They are very healthy still. GEEK fam spotted out Talon. It's gonna be easy steals away from GEEK fam Mika, and Misery will be spotted out by Mika as well. There's no way out. I don't think he has vehicles even for Misery.
Man, stuck on the outside. Where's he gonna go? And the worst part is that now Mika is looking at PIGMY. Nice spray by Mika, but nobody's knocked this yet. And a PIGMY now caught on the other side of the road. Mika, lucky enough for him that he has that helmet to help him stay alive.
Quite a strong headshot coming from PIGMY. Fired back, answering that we want you down here. But GEEK fam, they will not budge. They got themselves the touch of a rim of a circle. They don't need to contest as much. But all they need to do is just deny the entrance. It was PIGMY. Jabranki taking a bit of a bold move in the front. Achu going for a diversion at the other angle. But GEEK fam, they're focused on both. Achu down to only 5%, never mind. Knocked out by Boom on the other end. Is it a GEEK or Boom? PIGMY in trouble. They're being choked to death here.
Oh man, Audrey got the knock, but actually it was Razy who secured that point. So now with that, Boom Esports has 8 elimination points, despite them playing with 2 players for the longest time. But yet they're still able to gather this amount of points. And also, they're starting to collect placement points at the same time.
Now for the side of Jabranki, he needs to play this super safe, but I'm not sure about his utilities. Lucky enough, GEEK fam seems to be not interested with PIGMY anymore, unless they feel like there's going to be one more player there. There must be one more there, because we don't see the entire team being eliminated yet. But the side of PA, despite they being charged in by a different team just now, Alter Ego already into the rig as well. And this is going to be interesting, because the Vampires start to engage two-way war for PA. Different angles, they have to swing it hard.
Okido, nailed onto him by Schwabs, knocks down Kiddo, and that could be an opening for Alter Ego. And now Blaze will be holding the front together with Amizi. And anytime soon, Alter Ego will execute their plan, because now they do not have the circle at all.
Now, nobody wants to be in the center due to how plain the site is, but maybe that's going to be the best case scenario. Nobody actually looking at the plain side of the center, since everyone's just too busy fighting among the north and the south side of the circle. PA barely got enough space for left of the remaining members. Team Secret playing this super smart, by the way, but if they're not being careful, GEEK fam can spot them out the moment they try to advance to the circle. But if they last long enough with their positions, they can actually be in the top 4.
Man, it's still insane the fact that Boom Esports is still in the game. But Team Secret! Strong! The moment GEEK fam passed by, he got the knock against Snipes. He did that, but now he has to win the fight 1v1, and he will not lose it against Mika. Strong, really fighting back.
But that's gonna be crucial information on the side of GEEK fam. They're being forced to have that fight. They want to hide and be peacefully well around the coastline. But GEEK fam, due to how Mika just forced himself to find any sort of information, giving such a valuable insight to the side of GEEK fam, they know exactly there's gonna be teams from the back, and they know there's gonna be another team in the front, which can be Boom right now. And that last play of Joe Branky PIGMY. What happened to the side? Why did they switch it?
Oh man, but what we do know happened is that Audrey is out together with Aizen and GEEK fam. Number 7 this time, 4 elimination points. And GEEK fam, 29 points at this moment. Now we're back on the Outer Ego. They're going to execute the plan against PEA with Hans for you. Tossing a nade on the side on Mizi. Focusing on the Mizi. And Mizi will be knocked down. Leaving with only one player left for PEA, that is Blaze.
Stone quite interested to steal it away from afar, but nobody's in the smoke. He cannot even have a side of his silhouette for now. But Alter Ego, that's them trying to demolish the entirety of PA, remaining with 2 players, Kiddo and Blaze. There's remaining. Stone definitely want to go in for the fight, but he cannot see anything from this angle.
Yeah, the container is blocking his view. And with that, Alter Ego will claim the points. But they're not over yet though. Okay, oh, Blaze is still on the other side. Well, Vampire Esports, Stone, we can see him trying to get as close as possible to the action point, because for Vampire, they also need the point for themselves. And
oh, he got one! Surprise! Blaze in the Bison! He take the charge, he take the chances. At least he scores another before the entire team went down, scored themselves a 4. But look at Alter Ego, Clap. 9 eliminations now.
Oh, but then again, Vampire Esports will say 9 is enough. Now we'll be coming for you guys. Octa is only Octa down to 10% of health. Octa, he has to heal up. He does have the first aid. While Stone will start to rush in, will not allow him to heal up in time. The smoke is blinding Stone at this moment. Stone don't have a good clear shot, but now they know where Octa is at. And Octa shows himself. Octa will win the first fight, but Octa will not win the second one.
It's gonna be a maze fight for these 2 teams. Whoever actually have a glimpse around the corner fast and cleared it off, they actually will win this one. Down to only 20% of HP left. Here comes Boom as well, charging into the same side where we're looking at Alter Ego versus Vampires just now. Tony K, he can see a straight line towards the side of Alter Ego, leaving only Alva 1v1. Vampire versus Alter Ego, make it 2 for Boom. And that last play of Team Secret lasted long enough to be in the top 4.
Oh, but Tony K needs to focus on the circle as well. So it looks like he will retreat back. And he will move on to the other side. But on the other side, there's still Drungs in from Team Secret there. Interesting enough. Look at this. Boom Esports. All of a sudden, they have the man advantage. 2v1v1v1. And if you remember Boom Esports, at the start of the game, they lost 2 players early, but they made it to the top 4.
Now, Trong is going to be the bane for Tony K, but he got this hunch. There's going to be somebody behind him, but he's just going to leave it be because he didn't spot anybody just yet. Now, if Trong tried to slowly crouch into where Tony K is at, that's going to be the end of Vampire for this round. Then Trong will actually have a shot at chicken dinner here.
Oh, man. I'm thinking of if Boom gets the chicken dinner, this will be the craziest chicken dinner for Boom Esports because of the 2 plays that they had from the start of the game. Team Secret runs in, eliminated. 3 eliminations took by him in this round. Now we're down to Alter Ego Vampire Esports and Boom Esports.
Now Boom already advancing, try to bait them out with their vehicles. I think both players of Vampires and Alter Ego, Alva and Tony K, can hear the audio cue from the vehicle, but Tony K definitely want to finish things off with Alva first. But the problem for both players of Alter Ego and Vampires right now, they don't have the circle. The time is their enemy. It's less than 10 seconds or they will be burned off alive. Tony K hop into that UAZ, but to get out from these very small spaces might actually caught himself in a very sticky situation.
Oh, here we go. Boom Esports. What an advantage they're having right now. And Tony K is pretty low. Frenzy on the other side, cooking up this nade. If lands nicely onto Tony K, he will be out, but the first nade will not connect at all, and Tony K will heal up.
2v1v1. Crazy giving support fire from the back, quite a fast support fire as well, but the circle will shrink even further than less than 1 second away. And if Boom gets it, and they got it, this might be a back-to-back chicken for Boom.
This is mind-blowing by Boom. Again, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Boom pretty much started this round with 2 players thanks to TODAK. and now they are in the final circle. And not only that, they stand an 81% chance of getting the chicken dinner.
Plus, without the two players Pompey and Yami made quite early on, they still scored themselves 10 elimination just by these two players. Frenzy and Razy, the combination of these two players right now is currently deadly. Now for Vampires, Tony K and Alpha, I don't know if they have smoke, but the smoke won't last long because they will just expose themselves in a way that can be visualized by Boom easily to spread them down within the smoke.
And at this moment, right, you gotta think about it. Boom Esports, they don't really need to move because they are on the inside circle. The other two members, or the other two opponents, Alter Ego and Vampire Esports Alpha and Tony K, they'll need to make their first move. And it's a matter of who will get second or third place now.
Now, if the side of Alpha or even Tony K manage to clutch this one out, despite they being outnumbered by Boom, that's going to be a huge clutch for the team, especially Tony K. We do know how legendary of a player he is, a formidable opponent as well. So Boom definitely gives so much respect towards these two players at the current moment. So they're not just blindly pushing, but if they have to resort to that by have the advantage of extra players, they might actually work things through. But Tony K spotted out Alpha. It's 2v1 now. Tony K, can he do it by himself?
Hey, can we see the best out of Tony K? Just like back in the day this time. And stage 9 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. The zone will close entirely in about 8 more seconds. Boom Esports. It's time for them to wrap things up. They know it's 2v1 for sure. But look at the discipline set by Boom. They will not look down on their opponent. Oh, Frenzy comes down and Tony K, this could be his moment to come back. Tony K, one more to go. Tony K, oh, it's 50-50. Choo-choo, my goodness, 10% off for Tony K. Right. Wait!
Are you kidding me? And this is why he's always got himself the MVP. In every single season, his name will pop up. That was a miraculous clutch. And that's the first time we're looking at Tony K with full of explosion of emotion, overwhelming the stadium arena right now with that kind of clutch. It was remarkable.
Oh man, I've lost more words. This guy is just one of a kind. Just when you thought that, Tony K is not really performing this season, it's not like before. Well, just when you doubted him, he will prove the doubters wrong. Tony K, 1v2, Boom Esports scored the chicken dinner for the home team.
And out of all the eliminations they have, Tony K has been working his backbone till the end, almost break his back for the team with 6 eliminations, hitting 700 over damage. He did so much work by himself despite the entire team went down early. He lost at the last. He scored 2v1 for the chicken and Boom just watched that one out.
And this is contender for the chicken dinner of the season, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely a contender up there. 6 eliminations, 768 damage, 171 damage received, 47% team contribution, and of course the maximum survival time, 26 minutes, 57 seconds. Tony K is back.
Now, if you guys ever said that Tony K is being overrated, that speaks for itself. Clip it, give it to the one that actually mentioned that he's being overrated and shove it in their face. Back towards our top 4 teams for match recap just now. Boom and Alter Ego still squeezing, but look at how much Alter Ego actually just dispense out their utilities. But we have to relive that moment. What really happened for Vampires? Tony K won the chicken just now.
You know, when some Indonesian fans want to claim Tony K as one of them, they will call him Tony Kurniawan. Here is Vampire Esports, 17 points collected. Boom Esports 16, Alter Ego 16. But honestly, I won't remember anything else. You know, all I remember is Tony K's brilliance at the end. That is insane.
It was sublime, and that was so explosive. And it was a legendary chicken as well by a legendary player. You don't get that too often. And under the spotlight, boom, being eliminated by the hands of that one particular player. The way he prioritized who will be his next target, that was the golden moment that everybody can learn from. But the big teams ended up with a 0, which could be YOODO, O2, and the rest of them, we can't even mention enough regarding the play just now. We have to just recap it just a tiny bit. Tony K as a person is super shy, by the way. For him to scream out like that, that's definitely going to be a wake-up call for the rest of his teammates.
And for him to be rocking those elephant pants. Yeah.
That pants again, man.
That
It's the pants.
It's the pants, guys. Get the pants, okay? Get the pants. The Peiko wore that pants as well when he broke the record for himself. But okay, let's check out some of the numbers. Again, top 8 is the priority, and the gap between Alter Ego and RRQ right now. RRQ, they are not playing. Alter Ego, with 4 more games to go, could push them down.
Oh man, TODAK still not budging from the numbers. At least still, yeah, they got the double digit, but it didn't budge as much like last we saw them when it comes to the numbers. Just now, it feels like a bit grim for the teams from the 19th to 24th place. But for the teams that are actually still around, I think assume around 15 plays is still doable for them to slowly push up. But at least the points still will be contributed towards the carryover points during the last chance stage. Like you mentioned, it's not about how the process of it, it's about how they will carry up towards the last chance stage later on Saturday. When we come to the gunslingers, you have to give it to Alter Ego for the day.
Yeah, 2,055 damage. I mean, they did a lot of work, especially at the container area, where they had to fight against multiple teams in that area. Other than that, Boom Esports, the duo that did it until a second place finish, that is also commendable. But they were outshined by the brilliance of Tony K. Brought Vampire Esports 1,382 damage, but it's still Tony K coming up with the chicken dinner somehow. He has to be up here. He has to be up here.
We do have Alter Ego, Alpha, and Rosemary. Despite being eliminated quietly, Rosemary was actually one of the very first few Alter Ego players that actually been eliminated quite early. But Razy actually just dominate the chart when it comes to damage output. Now, we can see the rise of Razy in this one, alongside with Frenzy just now. What a duo between these two players of Boom. But for Alva, this is the rise of Alva. We didn't see too much of him when it comes to the early week 1. But we do see some progress. Alva is catching up with the rest of the roster when it comes to week number 2.
Oh, of course we don't see Alva. I don't see anyone else. I see Tony K this round. We're talking about this is Tony K Esports, ladies and gentlemen. This insane stuff from Tony K. I'm so happy to be able to see this brilliant gameplay by the wonder kid Tony K.
And that was just incredible, man. We might actually just oversell it, but we're never going to be enough overselling that one particular clutch by himself. Because you remember last time, he actually finished off Team Secret Trunk coming up from the back. We thought he just let it live by, but he actually put it in the back of his mind. There's somebody behind me, I have to be aware of that. He's actually not leaving it just like that. He never let his guard down. And then there's also Alter Ego Alva, who actually he shot down the last one before he actually go against Boom. That one tree that he actually just covered himself with, that was the golden moment. He just knew where to pick and exactly at the perfect timing.
Yeah, it's all about timing and also gun skills, of course, for him to pull that one off. Okay, I think, you know what, one day when we have a good compilation, we need to line up like, okay, best chicken dinners of all time. Like put up the top 5 in the PMSL or PMPLC era, and you just line it all up. This will definitely be one of them.
It's actually still countable with our fingers if you actually cross all the years, right? One of the most memorable one, also the eye shot moment when he was in Team Secret, the pan, or was it the pan toss?
That was the
time?
dab moment. Dab onto eye shot.
Oh my god, there's so many good moments here, and we rarely get to see those kind of highlight and spotlight, just like we witnessed just now. There's so many clutches won before too, but it wasn't a chicken dinner clutch, by the way.
That was a chicken dinner. I believe that was a chicken dinner clutch. But one of my personal favorite is Smile from Genesis Esports.
That one.
Yeah, in school in Erangel, that was last year, and I gave that my personal best chicken dinner of last year, like chicken dinner of the year that I gave to Smile. Another one that I remember was also in the Peco, also inside of Erangel. I believe that was the year before. So many memorable moments with all these amazing players, man.
Now you guys who are actually watching, do tell us in the comment section which was the most memorable chicken dinner moments for you that's quite out of the world situation where they clutch 1v4. We had that kind of situations where they did miss it. We had it recently as well. The Mr. Joe moment. that one was a bit of a odd, weird one, but still a chicken is a chicken.
Yep, that has a special segment for it, right? Like the weirdest chicken dinner of all time. That probably will go up on the charts. Like
that's definitely number one right now.
Yeah, that's definitely number one. I still want to hear. I wish we could turn back time and we interview both Mr. Joe and also somebody from Alter Ego just to know what exactly happened. But I guess for that to happen, well, we have to be on ground, but we're obviously not, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully one of these days we'll be able to join the players down there at that amazing arena.
Absolutely, we're looking forward for that as well, which gonna be us talking about you guys regarding the next Erangel map. Now the last Erangel map definitely devastated a lot of players regarding the circle rotation, which was quite difficult. Now this is also a wake-up call for Vampires, realizing they need to match up to Tony K's standard here. They need to rise up the occasion and level up with their performance.
Yeah, the rest of Vampire Esports, they cannot overly depend on Tony K, because even like this season, it's not all the time that we see that kind of performance from Tony K. And they also cannot expect that, okay, Tony K is going to do that all the time. Everyone has to step up their game, and they are still in pursuit for the top 8, and they can still go in there directly. But looks like for TALON, after a pretty disappointing round, looks like they swapped out Red Face for Linux this time.
I think Red Face need a bit of a break, possibly a bit exhausted mentally, perhaps. But finally, we have Logan in the game as well. A lot of swaps this time, just to change a bit of a perspective for the teams that seems to be stuck their heads in a wall right now, trying to figure out the solution to make a breakthrough when it comes down to the last day of the group stage, and before we get to see who's going to advance straight towards the Super Sunday.
I love Logan. One of the original members of the Infinity, especially back in the dominating days of the Infinity. And fun fact, Logan is actually half French, and he speaks very good English as well. So at times he's also the translator for the team.
One day, hopefully, we have a PUBG Mobile team come out from the France side. Maybe he can be, if he's not playing or he's just bored, he can actually join in being one of the translators from the French division. Hopefully one day we get to see him speaking French on live, because French is one of the most sexiest language out there.
Omelette Lou Fromage.
It doesn't sound sexy from you though.
It means egg omelette.
It doesn't sound sexy.
Yeah, okay, if egg omelette doesn't sound sexy, you know, we know who's been skipping breakfast.
But yeah, we're speaking of which, we do have some teams that are having themselves in a hot seat whether they can make it through the top 8 or not. Now the magical number will be the 85 points to advance straight to a Super Sunday. If not, they have to just carry forward their points towards the last chance stage. Now speaking of which, we're heading over to our second Erangel map before we're heading into the breaks. Let's fly into the second Erangel of the day.
And Erangel number 2 before the extended break, ladies and gentlemen. This time we're going to see a slightly different flight path from the north to the south. the start off from the area of shooting range down to the south side of Sopnoska, made to the base. So the drop straight into the area of Milta. Milta power is going to take quite a bit, but since BTR is not playing today, that area is probably going to be vacant. But not vacant, Pachinki. Earlier on, I believe it was vacant as well. So after that round, we might see a team take advantage of Pachinki.
Yeah, the previous round, I think because of how the circuit just favors so much, 100% in SMB, no team will decide themselves to go back up to slightly to the north, not even reaching out to Pachinki. Hence, we don't get to see if any teams want to take advantage of its vacancy. But when it comes to average damage for the top 4, watch out for Rosemary and Nocta. This can be also the deadly duo coming from Alter Ego. Vampire TODAK have to squeeze in towards the top 4 regardless of whatever the numbers been changing here.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports not interested in Pachinki. They're going to go back to Primorsk, their home ground, it seems. And I'm still looking at Pachinki. No team there, but it potentially could be a mid to the base. It's a 50-50 now.
Yeah, but usually we had this circle quite a lot of time in week number 1, where up to maybe 3rd or 4th stage, it's still sort of a bridge circle that kind of have some percentage, a bit of the north and the south side of the island. So that's going to be tricky for the teams to play around with. But it's also an opportunity for the teams to actually gain themselves more elimination numbers, because we do know this sort of circle can be within reach of all the teams out there. And not just that, it's also regarding of teams that want to rotate a bit later, just for the sake of gatekeeping as well.
Oh, speaking about gatekeeping, so now BOOM Esports is gatekeeping the outer top 8 teams. That means teams not in the top 8, because they already collected 91 points. Forget to highlight about that because of Tony K's insane gameplay. But I guess with 91 points, then we'll definitely see BOOM directly to the Super Sunday.
So that just proves that NKT slowly being pushed down. We can assume Alter Ego will be in the top 8 next couple of maps, definitely. Probably Vampires as well. And Vampires actually so fortunate for them to play in the last day of the group stage. Nothing will happen just like last week. No more deja vu for them. No more bittersweet moment in the very ending of the group stage. So at least they can steadily progress with their points, provided they have to gain still a lot of points to be up there. And this is going to be our star player of based on how he clutched that chicken just now.
Yeah, Mr. Tony Kurniawan, as what the Indonesians will call him. And it's definitely shown extremely good performance. But the only thing I hope for Tony K is for him and the entire Vampire Esports to be more consistent. We may see a brilliant moment here, and this brilliant moment may be enough to shoot them directly into the Super Sunday. But the struggle is when the Super Sunday comes, because that's what happened last week. But speaking of struggle, Bobo Who struggling against Team Flash.
VOIN first week was phenomenal for their run. This week, on the other hand, feels like a bit shaky for them. Definitely need a lot of work to get into the top 8 here, but there's still a lot of chances for them with the average of scores that they have to give for each map around 8 to 10 points still. But Rocky can actually do some damage control against the loss of Boo Boo Hoo just now. If you can just get one play of Team Flash to be knocked down here, he's quite far apart from the rest of the team now. But if he can actually find an opening, that's going to be a go time for VOIN to just surprise Team Flash from the back.
Ooh, look at this. Speaking of surprise, Rocky could pull out a surprise here. Inside of Pachinki against a team of Flash. So let's see. The other members of VOIN Donkeys on the other side, Razak as well as Zeta. So they pretty much have Team Flash surrounded, but Team Flash, they do have Batman on the outside. So they can re-surround Rocky from this high ground. There you go. Rocky exposed his position.
Yep, gave away his position, and the worst part is kind of in between Team Flash and his own teammate. So being broken a bit of formation here, Rocky quite in a predicament. If the rest of Team Flash decided to surround and corner him down, he has a glimmer clear shot of Gosu just now. Here comes Gosu have a better view of that. Now nobody can save Rocky at this point. It's easy crispy spray from Gosu, just finish him off. heavy casualty for VOIN since the start here.
Yeah, spray fried chicken, that is. Makes it so crispy and juicy. And on the other side, 2 more juicy targets for Team Flash, but the VOIN Donkeys, they definitely don't want to engage. And lucky enough, they do have a vehicle. So, exit route for VOIN Donkeys now.
They need to just figure out. Now, I mean, Boom kind of in the similar situation like how VOIN starting off here today, right now. So it's still doable based on how Boom actually just displayed to us in the previous map. Even though they have a duo and heavy casualties since the start, it's still possible for them to just cause those chicken plus a couple of eliminations by the end of the day, as long as they play it safe for now. And speaking of now, YOODO 27 points at tie with PEA. High chance I have to break the news here. The 4 button teams, which are going to be all from Malaysian side, GEEK, Fam, PEA, YOODO and TODAK. I think in between there's going to be Roy on 23rd place. They will have to go for last chance stage based on their performance and the performance of teams that are actually on the top spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I share the same sentiment as well. The teams that have been performing well are from like the mid above onwards have been performing well, but teams at the bottom half have not been performing well. So with the remaining games, yeah, I guess it's more of them preparing themselves for the last chance qualifiers and hopefully able to collect as many points as possible to again have a good start and make their last chance qualifiers be as comfortable as possible.
True. Especially for GEEK, Fam, YOODO and TODAK, they didn't make it through for this first Super Sunday. If they cannot actually have an entrance or didn't make their way into this week's Super Sunday, tough as it seems, they might actually lose a shot at the grand finals as well.
Yeah, and that's the scary part. Let's see here. Our bottom 4. So GEEK, who else? YOODO and TODAK. These teams plus Roy, yes, have not seen the light of Super Sunday at all. And if they were to leave it for the last Super Sunday to hopefully be in, then they have to also depend on how the teams that enter Super Sunday this week perform. If their gap is big, then yeah, it's probably going to be an early time for them.
But not the case for Boom though, because Boom have been quite consistent with their performance when it comes to comparing week 1, week 2. Definitely week 1 is way better than week number 2 right now, but still quite consistent when it comes to the numbers up there. They're placing themselves at second place. The number that for them to beat, it's going to be 114, which is not too far off for the side of Boom still, but the circle shifter as Boom charging in. I'll be ready up with the DBS. But they have a bit of a trade between Boom and YOODO, leaving only 3 players versus 3.
And looks like we're going to have a very likely a main Peninsula South Circle, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of Boom Esports now looking for the other members of YOODO. Jumper on the other side, but because of how this terrain is, he doesn't have a good view of where Jumper and Kid is at. And the 2 members of YOODO that we saw on screen, they left this area.
Frenzy. Boom, I mean, like, Boom just shows such how do I call it? It's like they feel like Spartans, you know. Boom, there's nothing to stop them. They don't show any sort of shyness when it comes to engaging fight. But this is gonna be interesting. Vampires versus Alter Ego. The Titan will be clashing early on in stage number 2.
Wow, okay, round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Since it was Tony K kicking off Alter Ego, but this time Tony K is the first one to go down to the hands of Rosemary, and now Rosemary will charging in. Get with Alpha with the DBS. 1 shot, second shot will not connect, and now he will turn around, and with his high guard advantage, Alter Ego wipes out Vampire Esports from 0 to 0.
What a fast reflex coming out from Rosemary, dealing with so many shots at the same time. The target's been knocked down due to him taking the initiation to just push in first. And, you know, that's going to be the limelight for Rosemary. I do want to see a TDM between these 2 players one day. Hopefully we get to see that in a show match. Rosemary versus Tony K. But XERXIA, on the other hand, take a bit of a high ground. But I think there's going to be Infinity next to them. They don't want to share this place right now.
Oh, they're definitely not interested in sharing. not listening to Mami's advice, sending XERXIA away. Where if we compare between the two teams, XERXIA, they definitely need more points. But objectively, we look at XERXIA and the Infinity, they're only 12 points apart. It's not that big though. So they can both still kind of creep into the top 8 with the remaining 4 games.
True. Speaking of the 4 games remaining, with PEA playing it very conservatively, just trying to go for the safe zone, I don't think it will work out well. Since a lot of teams start to read out and adapting towards their rotations here, it'll be an easy pick for most of them. They have to deal with their firepower, they have to rectify this. When it comes to finding weak especially, they need to work things out. They need to find some initiation towards all the fights instead of running away and just hiding in a safe spot. Because it feels like when you compare with week 1, week 2, they are in a stagnant mode right now for PEA.
Oh, Razak now spraying onto the right side, alerting his opponent. Now PEA is going to come in easy with the DPS, but he's not able to pull the trigger. And Razak shows up. Nice follow-up by Razak. Finishing up the 2 members of PEA, leaving them with 2 players left. Coming into the building, clearing the MORPH, and a PEA taken out by VOIN Donkeys.
But it's not done deal yet for VOIN, because Team Flash definitely interested with those commotion that happened just now. We can see a couple of tap flying over from the small windows. Team Flash quite separated. XERXIA, on the other hand, want to go in towards Team Flash due to the open fire, exposing their own positions. Now the circle shifted away from PIGMY, the only team coming out from SMB, but the fights on Pochinki, it's gonna be brutal.
Oh, here we go. Big explosion on the young team, knocking him down. Team Flash, they need to prepare because not only one team, another team's behind them as well. Sprayed by Megamind onto Batman. Batman climbing out to the hill, getting a vantage point. And for XERXIA, they seem to be falling apart with RNJ knocked down.
Here comes a nade from Kwang to finish off RNJ, hoping it will connect to a side of lobby. Megamind next, coming up from flank. Might put out Kwang and Boom at the same time. Kwang finish off lobby, but he has to be careful. Not turning his vision towards one angle only because Boom coming in between. What crazy! Kwang's not taking any fire, but from the back, here comes Frenzy and the rest of Boom.
Ooh, so many teams wanting this Pochinki kill. It is a good vantage point, but it's not too far away from the side of the circle. Anyway, for Kwang, he secured a point out of RNJ. 4 elimination points now for Team Flash, but Boom Esports above them. This is not a good position for Kwang. He's in a tough location with Batman all the way behind, not able to give a good support onto him.
They need to figure out an exit route for the side of Team Flash if they want to survive this, with Boom taking the advantage of those elevations. The best way for them to actually go for a retreat, they're trying to part ways, but it's not being allowed by the side of Boom. On the other hand, Talon versus TODAK, with 79 eyeing out as a third party. Real taking a bit of chunk of damage out there. Axel tossing another one knockdown on Real, definite knock. And Tam, how do he respond to this?
Oh, Real knockdown. Oh man, it's gonna be tough for TODAK again. Real taken out by Axel. And now Lynx tries to fire back, but Lynx knocked down as well. Now Tam, what is he going to do here? Pretty much out in the open without the circle still, with Talon all around him. Tam fires back. Tam tries to win the fight, but Tam knocked down. Now only Iftar left. Where is Iftar? He will need to hold on for as long as possible for positioning points now. Oh, but now we have the answer.
I don't think he can hold now. There comes the staircase fight, but Iftar say goodbye as well. TODAK didn't last long enough. A lot of scrappy early fights. It's just stage number 3. But look at the circle just shrinks even further, and a lot of teams still in the blue zone, including Team Secret and Talon. Oh, break. He might just break away here, because if not, he will be shot down by the rest of Talon. And we'll have 7-9 in the fray as well. My God.
Hello, Team Secret. Let's see here, all in focus on the Talon, but not yet. They try to get as much information as possible, but at the same time, Nam killed, knocked up a Brian from Semline. Semline's around the corner as well.
Seems like Semline will be winning over for this triangle fight. We are on the right side of a map, or the right side of a circle, more towards the eastern side, but coming in very late. This is going to be Alter Ego. They've been gatekeeping early before against PIGMY. They wipe up the entire team. For Team Secret, on the other hand, bit by bit, they are in shambles, taken lane by lane out by TALON and Sam9 at the same time. Sam9 on there then reposition themselves straight into the compound next to them, while Misery just trying to flatten the tires, deny the mobility of the teams, but I don't know whose UAZs is there.
Probably an abandoned one. Since nobody is there. But for TALON, they probably have an idea of like, okay, looks abandoned, nobody's up north, let's try to go towards that side. Everyone scouted out, and the rest of their teammates will follow through as they know that Sam9 is in front. Maybe they're not in the mood to fight against Sam9 now.
Sam9 seems to be losing interest against TALON as well, but I'm looking at Boom. If they want to actually just open fire, a bit risky for Axel to hop onto that vehicle. GEEK, that's going to be the last player of Team Secret as well. Barely got enough utilities if needed and shredded almost entirely his helmet. One more bullet, that's going to be entirely no helmet after this time. Where did the shot came from?
Oh, last hit onto GEEK.
Alter Ego?
Oh, probably Boom. Boom. Maybe Boom. Okay, we'll probably get the answer, but okay, that smoke could buy him time.
I think Rosemary shot him from behind, and then he tried to just flee towards the next haystacks and spotted out by Boom. Now, there's no way he can run away from these guys. Their eyes are super sharp like a hawk watching out the open field down there. GEEK fam, they tried to take advantage of the compound by staying on the rooftop. PIGMY actually not being wiped up yet. Only one player taken out by Alter Ego, who bridge camping them before. But Miko might spot out some players of, I think it was MORPH hiking up on the northern side, slightly north. And there's also PIGMY sharing just next. Never mind, it's actually MORPH and Sam9.
Oh, and they're by the edge of the circle, so we got stage 5 coming up soon. GEEK finally taken out, and it was the Infinity who took this point. And that is it for Team Secret. Only 1 point collected this time.
Vampire is also being eliminated early. Team Secret, PA and TODAK. These are the team without any placement points. 0 for Vampires and TODAK for this round, since they didn't gain any eliminations. PA as well. But when it comes to the team that still survive, it's still not safe for them to go down this early. You still have 12 teams intact. The next stage will be crucial for them to get themselves the best position there is, but Alter Ego is here to take the challenge away.
Oh, Alter Ego just arrived, and Alter Ego playing without Octa though. But they still need to fight their way through since they put themselves in this sort of situation. Circle moves away, and I believe that PIGMY definitely knows that Alter Ego is there. Okay, Rosemary taking a bit of damage, but he does have first aid, so it should be still okay.
It's still going to be painful for them now. It's more than 1 HP per second that's been reduced here when it comes to stage 5. TALON and Boom start to relocate themselves, but the moment they're going to be in the crossfire of Infinity, VOIN, and also Boom. It's going to be tough for them to be gatekeep, but they are gatekeeping these teams. But Infinity, look at the hand grenades they actually toss over towards the side of Boom.
And they'll be able to finish off Yummy. So, Rosemary knocked down by 0. Interesting. Unfor you taken out by Zay as well. And looks like Alter Ego, they're falling apart to the hands of MORPH. As we look onto the mini screen, that's where the fight happened.
We do have another team passing by here from the backside of Infinity. If they turn their vision to a side of Team Flash, there's going to be some challenging experience for them to be able to survive for the next one. But Zeta just got finished off by Pombit. That's going to be the last player of VOIN. Boom, they need to reset fast, because when the circle shrinks even further, there will be a lot of teams climbing down those hills and start to rush into their compound.
Oh, here we go, another fight on the south side, including GEEK fam and PIGMY. And without the circle, with the blue closing in onto the 2 teams, and then stage 5 moving on to stage 6. This blue will definitely hurt. Oh, on top of that, the rooftop. And Nate sent on the lower ground with Aizen on the other side, trying to find his target, but no clear shot yet.
MORPH partying from the inside of the circle. Sam9 actually waiting for the opportunity to just steal away a couple of eliminations from the sidelines as well. GEEK fam and PIGMY, they have to wrap things up quickly, but Tan decided, you know what, I don't have time to entertain you guys, we need to leave, we need to go. PIGMY decided to rotate, but they'll be stopped by Audrey and sniped from the back. PIGMY also being stolen for those eliminations from afar, which can be more GEEK fam in the same boat as PIGMY as well.
Oh no, bad news for GEEK fam as Sam9 is waiting for them by the edge of the circle. Where is Snipes gonna go right now? Snipes is the only active member for GEEK Fam, and the blue is right behind him. No time for Snipes now, and he'll probably give himself up to the blue.
YOOHI trying to figure out where are the players of GEEK Fam before they start to have another foot in towards the circle. They're splitting themselves into 2-2 formation just for the sake of the safety of the placement points. TALON, on the other hand, still fighting on the hills of Pachinki. They're not done yet between the teams. YOODO happened to be caught himself in the trap of the crossfire of Infinity versus TALON as well. They take quite a number of damage. Well, look at Tiger Axe. Can he drop something big here?
Blind nade sent by Tiger, but based on the elimination feed, looks like nothing from that nade. But we got something from the GEEK Fam fight, and 7-9 took out Snipes, and that is it for GEEK Fam. 1 point collected this time around at number 8. But it's super duper crowded up down. Look at the amount of teams. 1, 2, 3 with BOOM Esports waiting from the center.
Well, BOOM is playing it wise. They do know for a fact it's going to be them wasting too much resources and time playing around the edge of the circle. And they still got the circle here. BOOM quite consistent here despite they lost slightly to the chicken in the last round, but they got themselves second place. Now if they score another chicken, that's going to be big for them. Might actually overrun these Xaviers at number 1 there.
So on top of the hill, who's going to make it out alive? That's going to be a big question with TALON. Spraying on the other side. Axel trying to get the members of Infinity on top of this hill, but Linux knocked down. The sub-team player may be eliminated. Oh, misery knocked by YOOHI from 7-9.
7-9 coming out from the back. TALON, they are quite split and the formation's been broken due to how they're being sandwiched between Infinity and 7-9 at the same time. Axel running low with the ammunition, down to 15 bullets left, 9 in that magazine, and the rest of them is going to be that UMP to do all the work. He needs to just revive Linux to work things out, but Infinity make it so difficult for him to just slowly advance it. Here comes Infinity. I feel bad for Axel right now.
Okay, Axel against the world now, against the Infinity full squad. The moment they drop by, Linux knocked out by 30k. Oh, 30k, what happened there? Axel with the advantage of it. Axel now will be eliminated by the other members of the Infinity, but still, Axel tried his best, and TALON, he got away with 7 elimination points.
Managed to secure 1 more point before he went down for the side of Linux. Still put so much effort and fight till the end. Next, we do have 7-9 still having a full squad down there. YOODO, I don't know what really happened. Probably BOOM just shut them down at that case. But Brian and the rest of 7-9, they still have quite a solid compound plus a good placement regarding the circle, but they need to deal with MORPH. Who those have those elevations, it's going to be MORPH right now. But the problem is the circle will be not lasting as long. We might actually have an open street circle later.
Oh, 7-9 dominating now. But they have to fight against the Infinity by the edge of the circle. The rest of 7-9 now coming in. YOOHI will lead the charge. Got Tuni with an 8. But the moment YOOHI arrived, he gets knocked out by Tiger. And taken out just like that. Now 7-9, 3 players left. Volley toss into the inside of the building. But Brian punches it. Oh, Brian shoots! Brian gets 1, Brian scores.
Oh, a bit later for that to just scout things out in the corner. Now Brian still managed to survive and deal with Infinity players by himself just now. But the moment he tried to get himself a bit of a reset of loot, some upgrade as well, he's being shot by Team MORPH. When they actually do have those elevations, the only one that can actually stop them is going to be Dap from 7-9. Dap to deal with the entirety of MORPH, that's going to be a tough call, but here comes BOOM as well.
Oh, here we go. BOOM Esports executing their plan, but they're going to come from the lower ground. Get it. So now they do step across the boundary, will be able to land 1 bullet onto Dap. That's 50% of health left. And with the next piece of the circle, BOOM Esports should still get it as they manage to migrate themselves into the middle.
Very valuable insight for Pombit, knowing where exactly 7-9 is at. But MORPH leaping the moment they spot out BOOM, they take the advantage as well. This will be MORPH taking their first chicken in the entirety of the league. If they can just secure this one, and they still have the numbers, they got the advantage. They got 24 hand grenades still.
Oh, Brian taking out Razy, and that is it for BOOM Esports number 4 with 7 elimination points. Still a very good performance by both, but anyway, looks like we're going to see either MORPH, 7-9 or XERXIA for this chicken dinner. But the best chance is right now MORPH, and let's remember MORPH actually has not scored a chicken dinner yet.
Yep, since week 1, last chance stage, not even the Super Sunday. They didn't even get into the Super Sunday last week as well. And this is going to be redemption time for the side of MORPH. But Sam9, how to make MORPH leave their very comfortable high grounds here. Brian slowly hiking up, tossing those smokes just to confuse the rest of MORPH, to not knowing where he will actually pick out from. But the thing is, this is going to be perfect angle for Zay if he actually toss it at the perfect timing of cooking time of the nade.
There you go. Blind toss by Brian on to the right. But Sam9, they have to hike up. And MORPH, they do have the terrain advantage against Sam9. But nade! Onto Zay's face by Brian!
There was a perfect Kobe. That's going to be go time for Sam9, but they're still being extra careful, very meticulous with their approach to a side of MORPH. Don't forget about Mega Mind of XERXIA. I don't know if he's still in the circle or not, but Flippy fought back, take it down on Canny. Now next is going to be Brian. MORPH, they have a high shot at getting those chicken in there, changing the percentage up to 84% in an instant after that nade opening. Such a big opportunity for MORPH to just close this game.
Oh man, I'm having a wonderful moment for Mega Mind. Now, Mega Mind spotted out and Mega Mind out in the open. Nice knockdown 0. And Mega Mind will keep it heal up. While both Sam9 and MORPH are still busy with each other. Zay knocked out by Mega Mind, doing Sam9 a favor.
Mega Mind, can he actually clutch his chicken? Now this is going to be another miraculous Mega Mind out of his brain juice. Is just doing all the work here right now. Sam9 eliminated. He actually do have a shot at chicken here.
Oh man, okay, 1v2. Will we see another Tony game moment, ladies and gentlemen? But before that, Mega Mind want to secure that point in case anything happens. Now it's Mega Mind against Flippy as well as Huck.
5 hand grenades, no smoke, 1 first aid. With the blue zone will clip on his side first. MORPH will not leave these elevations. They do have the view. All they need to do is just be patient and just wait for the blue zone to pressure on Mega Mind. While Mega Mind, his mind is big, yes. The way he actually make it so tough for MORPH to just close this game for the chicken. And he actually clutched this. This is going to be a phenomenal day here, Cloud.
Oh, come on, MORPH. Can't possibly borrow this, right? Look at this. They have physical control. Mega Man has nothing. And there's that off angle. No Tony K moment. But finally, MORPH scored the first win of this season.
Finally have a taste of that juiciness of that chicken in the week number 3 of MORPH. And now that's going to be lesser team that didn't score any chickens yet. They're down to MORPH scoring with the rest of the big boys. And speaking of MORPH, a very different performance compared to last week.
Yeah, good stuff here by MORPH. And who knows, they could creep in to the top 8. They need to tabulate the scores in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. But then again, if they do make it into the top 8, of course, one of the other teams that will be worried is going to be NKT, who thinks that they might be comfortable there. But with teams like MORPH performing well this round, anything can happen.
Yep, also don't forget about Boom, who already pushed down all the teams that's not playing here today. We talked about the top 4. Kind of secure when it comes to yesterday's performance, which are going to be DZ, VTR, FaZe Clan, and YOODO Alliance. Definitely going to march towards the Super Sunday. That's 4 slots already taken by these 4 teams. Who will be the next 4 team advancing straight towards Super Sunday in the top 8? But Flippy, he did so much work by himself for this round. 5 eliminations, 600 over damage, and the others actually do a fair bit as well.
That's a total of 12 eliminations for MORPH. And that means they managed to get 22 points at this round. Wow, very healthy amount of points collected by MORPH. And of course, without a shadow of a doubt, MVP will be Flippy. 5 eliminations, 609 damage, 255 damage received, 39% team contribution, and 26 minutes, 12 seconds survival time. And Flippy, he definitely did a lot of work for the team this round with every stat favoring him.
Yeah, I think most of it is going to be the nade toss coming up from the side of Flippy just now. That opened up so much opportunity for MORPH to shut down on Sam9, their closest contender to get those chicken dinner here. But thanks towards the side of XERXIA, Mega Mind, Sam9 don't actually have a shot at that. But MORPH, Sam9, Boom, and Infinity get themselves the top 4 teams. But when it comes to the utilities, I think Infinity will be one of the most utilities squad here this time.
Yeah, and they had to travel a lot. But let's check out the best moments here, and finally, MORPH scored the chicken dinner.
You're gonna love the players, Cam, when they are taunting their opponents right in the arena just now. But speaking of our points, there are 22 points by MORPH with 9 elimination points of Sem9. Actually got himself in a 14 points in total. Despite XERXIA, they placed themselves second early on, but due to their lack of eliminations, they only scored 9.
Yeah, and for the others, only depended on eliminations, it's going to be Team Flash and VOIN Donkeys. But on page number 2, TODAK, PEA, as well as the chicken dinner winners of the previous round, Vampire Esports, 3 teams without any points at all. And again, I guess out of these teams, the highlight would be TODAK for sure, and also PEA, that they won't have much starting points in the last chance qualifiers later if they continue on like this.
Now, all eyes on the top 8. This is going to be going straight to the Super Sunday. I have a bad feeling for Cree VIP. They'll be pushed down later if Alter Ego keep their consistency. Not really consistent yet today. But when it comes to Boom, I think it's no problem for them to just overthrow these Avis from the throne spot. But Ice definitely going to be the 8th place. 85 points is going to be the safe benchmark again.
And Alter Ego Infinity can also potentially push out NKT. So that can possibly happen. Man, it's waiting for NKT. But on page number 2, alright, so no confirmed yet. But of course, with the 3 remaining games to go, I think it's mathematically not possible for some of these teams, even though they still have 3 games to play, to move on directly on the Super Sunday. So it's more of collecting points to have a better start at the last chance qualifiers.
But the teams in the 50s, down to 13th place, Sem9 still have a shot with 3 more maps remaining, but they have to have an average score of 10 points in every single map. And that's going to be a high, tall order depending on their situation and their condition of survivability, which we do know Sem9 seems to be hot and cold sometimes. Plus, we're down to only 7 teams, Cloud, that didn't score any chicken yet from week 1 and week 2. That's going to be Roy, TODAK, RRQ, PA, YOODO, GEEK, and Queen Secret.
Yep. So looking at you guys who are at least still playing to score that chicken dinner. At least everyone has a chicken dinner of their own. And don't leave it to the last week because, yeah, last week will be a rush for a lot of these teams, including the big boys here, who definitely want to gain as many points as possible in next week's Super Sunday so that they will have a better start in the grand finals.
And also, speaking of getting into the grand finals, we will have to have our eyes locked into the 8th place. We will advance straight to the Super Sunday. We'll have to grind it more during the Saturday. But before we get into our last Erangel map later on, we're going to hit the brakes for a bit just to refresh the players' mind, also refresh our throat forecast. So don't go anywhere. See you guys in a bit.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Welcome back everyone, and now I'm with Tony K Vampire. Say hi to your fans.
สวัสดีครับ
Why you look so shy?
ไม่ได้ออกกล้องนานพี่
Okay, your performance in first week is not good, but this week have improved a lot. Did you guys manage to find the problem that your team currently facing?
ก็ในอาทิตย์ที่แล้วนะครับทีมเราทำผลงานได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าพอมาในวันนี้ทีมเรามีการพัฒนาขึ้นเยอะมากทีมเราไปเจอความผิดพลาดหรือเราทีมไปปรับปรุงในด้านไหนมาบ้างครับ
ก็เริ่มหลังจบวีคที่แล้วเราก็ได้คุยว่าเราพลาดตรงไหนอะไรยังไงแล้วเราก็กลับไปทำการบ้านแล้วก็มาลองลุยใหม่วีคนี้ก็ดีขึ้นครับ
After the first week finish we do a lot of homework we have a lot of meetings like team communications to find our mistake to find out which one we have made mistakes and we improve that.
Okay, so you fixed your problem already. As match 2, you have a 1 versus 2 with Boom and AE. Can you share with us what happened in that moment?
ก็ในเกม2เรามีช็อต 2-1 ทั้งกับบูมแล้วก็ทั้งกับ AE บอกหน่อยได้ไหมครับว่าเรารู้สึกยังไงหรือว่าความรู้สึกตอนนั้นเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นอยู่ครับเพราะว่าแบบว่าผมไม่ได้มีช็อตอย่างนี้มานานแล้วแต่ก็ผมมั่นใจอยู่แล้วครับว่ายังไงผมก็ต้องได้ไก่เพราะมันเป็นไก่ที่ต้องเอาคะแนนขึ้นไปสู่ท็อป 8 ครับ
To be honest I'm a little bit shaking because this event haven't happened to me a while ago but I'm 100% sure that we're gonna win that game so that is make that situation happen.
Really, you think already that you get winner chicken dinner at that game? Because you're alone, you think that?
ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการคำนวณพี่
Everything is under control.
Okay, everything is under control. You guys currently just 15 points different with top 8. What will you focus in next match to secure the Super Sunday slot?
ก็ทีมเราจะโฟกัสหรือว่าเน้นไปที่เรื่องไหนบ้างครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้เราขาดอีกแค่15คะแนนที่จะได้ติดท็อป 8 เพื่อไปเล่นในรอบ Super Sunday สำหรับวีคนี้
ก็จะพยายามไม่ผิดพลาดในอีก3เกมครับแล้วก็จะทำแต้มให้ได้เยอะที่สุดครับ
For the upcoming match we will try not to make the mistake and we will try our best.
Okay, so you think you will go to Super Sunday by today or tomorrow?
I think today.
Okay, today. No last chance. Okay, thank you, Tony K, for joining us the interview. And now it's time for highlight. Let's see it.
Tony K definitely already had enough of the last chance stage last week. Definitely trying to look forward when it comes to getting into the top 8 by the last minute. And teeth to teeth here when it comes to the points of Vampires. Can they actually score another for the next one now?
Well, if they can score like maybe one more, then they should be able to make their way through. But of course, competition is tight around them. But I had a little bit of a takeaway from the interview as well. I'm starting to wonder if Tony K has always been like, you know, how should I put it? Not showing that he knows English, but actually he does. By his final response.
He actually does. I actually have some conversation with him back, I think around last year. Or, yeah, last year. And he actually can converse in English, but not as fluent, but pretty much we can converse. It's just that he's super shy, by the way, when it comes to interview and conversation, especially with a different gender. Now, when it comes to the comparison between Vampires and Alter Ego, it's still going to be Vampires for the top 4 rate. Surprisingly, Alter Ego feels like they're dropping their ball slightly when it comes to week number 2.
Okay. Anyway, I just want to say that he's clearly hiding it from me. Anyway, we're comparing Tony K and Rosemary. So that they did have some sort of face-off in the last wrangle, on the second wrangle that is, with Rosemary coming up on top in terms of the stats here, 1.9 against Tony K, 1.4. So obviously we did see a very strong performance of Tony K in the first wrangle today, but it has been an inconsistent journey for Tony K overall. So he needs to work up the numbers for himself as well.
I have to break it to Vampires. I think the entire team has not been consistent at all from Vampires. And Alter Ego, they're still in the middle pack here, but they're not as bombastic as they were last week, but still consistent compared to side of Vampires. Surprisingly, Vampires They are playing at hot ankle. I think that's going to be the specialty of the Thais when it comes to flipping the coin in the very last minute. But we do have the last wrangle here, Cloud, and we know what's going to offer us when it comes to this last wrangle. We know it's going to be a crazy one indeed.
Oh yeah, I would want to see that, and I would want to see another crazy circle since the last wrangle for the group stage as well. So might as well give us one, right? And so far we can see that there's a, well, I wouldn't say a pattern, but at least a slight back-to-back pattern that the orange logo team scored the chicken dinner. Though I don't think we have another orange logo team that can continue on. But hey, this final wrangle will be interesting because the second half is normally the time where we see some of the teams that don't perform in the first half, all of a sudden they do perform.
We do have Team Flash as the orange teams.
That's another one.
It's going to be two teams. I'm not surprisingly, I mean, like, not that surprising because we do see them building their momentum across day by day, including week number 2. Their improvement is slow and steady, not too slow indeed, but they quite consistent when it comes to the last wrangle map as well, which they got themselves in a good placement points plus a couple of eliminations. So I don't know if they can actually just keep it up or will they start to drop the ball here.
Yeah, they haven't been. They also have a yo-yo performance for Sem9, and even though Depp is currently with the team, so we saw him on camera as well. He's together with them there, but we have not seen like a significant performance by Sem9, and they are a team with a lot of firepower in them. If you think about it, Sem9 has Juhai, obviously one of the top eliminators. Depp, also one of the top eliminators. He was awarded before in a PMPL MYSG. But still, the number of eliminations that they have collected so far, at least for this week, none of them have been double digit.
That's kind of true, which we expect more, but maybe just because of the competition getting even tougher this time. Now, we talked about the vampires. Speaking of getting the highs and the lows, the moment they got themselves the chicken, they dropped the ball entirely with a 0 point. When it comes to elimination plus placement point, one of the first few teams that actually been eliminated out quite early. But the Infinity, also one of the teams that's been keeping it quiet slightly. When it comes to the gunfires and picking fight, not so much. But when it comes to the consistency in the top 4 or 5 in the very last stages of the map, we don't really see them as much.
Speaking of consistency, our cameraman has been very consistent by showing Stone every time we start like the player view for some reason. I think our cameraman is also simping on Stone or something.
I don't know if it's going to be the same cameraman as last season. If it's actually the same, then maybe because of that as well.
Well, last season that cameraman was all onto Stone too?
They did mention about how good looking he is. Some of the players do catch the eyes of the cameraman when it comes to getting the shots done. And it's pretty pleasant for the eyes too. But we do have swaps here. Cleon is back and it will be a swapping real. So I do want to see, can TODAK at least have a little bit of bump of performance with this swap?
Ah man, TODAK. Okay, Billboard. Okay, you can let that one go. Okay, you can let that one go. So yep, he's in the lineup as well for PIGMY. Another swap happened here, and interesting enough that this season for Boom, I think we only saw like only 2 swaps so far. So Boom is no longer swapping. But speaking about swaps, Conti swapping in, so he's going to play the next round with the Team Flash. So we got a good amount of swaps here so far.
It's everything on the line here for the teams that still not securing their top 8 position. Now, we did mention top 4. We already know that there's going to be confirmed. So there's only 4 more slot left. With Boom already coming in, that's going to be the 5th. There's only 3 more slots remaining for all the other teams out there. But Zeta being swapped to Maxius. I don't know about this. I mean, I do love Maxius as well, but I do want to see Maxius play alongside with Zeta.
Well, we'll probably get that next time. Maybe this is also part of their preparation for the upcoming matches, because whatever happens today is not the end of the road for any of these teams. Either they go straight on to the Super Sunday or they will be playing again tomorrow in the last chance qualifiers. So along the way, all these teams might be trying to find the right puzzle to fit, like what we saw yesterday with BTR.
Now, speaking of BTR, there's also the team that not playing it today, just in case you guys are curious regarding that. because they are in a Group C, by the way. But we are pretty much secure, like how he mentioned just now, how Cloud mentioned. But speaking of the 3 more slots, Cloud, who else will you be joining in the very last minute? And there'll be teams who will be upset themselves later today because they'll be pushed down to the 9th place. Probably it's going to be NKT, but it's all down to the last Erangel map. Let's just go.
NKT's position is definitely shaking right now with the teams around them performing fairly well. Let's see with this sort of flight path how will it affect these teams. We're going to start it off with Hospital down to mid to the base. So going to Yasnaya, especially for teams like Talon as well as Team Flash, who normally like to drop there, will need to travel quite a bit. And we may see some of the drop spot change because of that. Some of the drops that we can see going up north, XERXIA should be gone to North Jogopur, and PEA, who normally like to play at the side, whichever corner it is, whether it's Starbuck Kameshi or right now because of the flight path, Zaki, they still seem to be sticking with their same strategy.
Now I have a feeling we might actually have Severny, Starboy, Yasna, Poliana sort of circle. Maybe that's just my hunch, maybe I will get it wrong. But whoever actually parked themselves north, and that's going to be the case, high chance they will score the chicken or even the top 4, but provided their firepower is enough to defend the positions here. On the side of Team Secret and PIGMY, it's going to be the usual drop spot around the SMB. So I assume in the last round as well, TODAK did try to gatekeep, or Team Secret and TODAK do have a bit of skirmish. But yeah, but it's high chance it's going to be Severny shooting range. PEA, they have a shot at this one.
Northern side. So yes, by dropping to Zaki, they will have one of the best access into this circle. So they probably looking at their start. Maybe they're going to hug the beach side into the circle, and if they can get a good spot inside of Severny, why not? But that also depends on what sort of timing are they going to go with. If they're going to go with a later rotation, then maybe they won't make it onto Severny. So we'll see what happens to PEA, but we'll also see what will happen between VOIN and also Team Flash. Batman getting the first blood.
We talked about Pachinki. Were there any occupants in here? Now this time we have our questions answered by these two teams, Team Flash and VOIN. Seems to be hoping that it's going to be vacant, but it also gives so much useful information for Team Flash. They are sharing with very close players of VOIN Donkey. The way he actually engaged with the fight, that was not even breaking any sweat. There's no room to hide for the one player of VOIN Donkey being eliminated early on. And Team Flash, with that kind of close range between them, they know that VOIN isn't that far. Yes, they do know when they're dropping themselves in Pachinki, but it just shows that they're pretty close themselves, so they are in high alert mode right now.
And for the record, second time around, VOIN Donkey lost the Pachinki fight against Team Flash. And at least this time, VOIN Donkey, they have 3 players alive from the fight. Early on was only 2 players, so they stand a better chance this time. This round, with the 3 players, to try to get as many points as possible to slide in to top 8.
The last time we saw VOIN Donkey, Bubuhu being eliminated, one of the first one. At least this time, I agree. They do need the firepower from Bubuhu, because I feel like he's the one that actually do the mastermind of the initiation for fights coming up from VOIN Donkey. But it seems to be slightly peaceful, but never mind. UI seems to be in trouble. Now, there's a lot of you guys asking why Sem9 UI always be the first one be knocked down here. He's always doing the scouting work for the team, trying to just relay as much information for the rest of Sem9, but unfortunately, it's quite far apart from the rest of the roster whenever that happens.
Yeah, scouted too close to the area of Rawsong, which is the home ground of Boom Esports. And Pombit will say, thank you very much for the point. And for the record as well, Boom Esports already got more than 100 points. I mean, by now, they're just like, taking this as a serious scrim for themselves.
True. But I do want to see how much Boom can actually secure for their points here. Can they actually break last week's number, which was 129 by Alter Ego? And the Xavier scored 114 this week. They have to put a stop for their performance since they're not playing here today. That's 114. But MORPH Zay, early on, before we start our day here, we had an interview MORPH definitely feels slightly, I want to say they definitely feel more confident compared to last week regarding getting a Super Sunday as well. And their performance kind of portray the outcome too. So MORPH currently standing at number 7, 69. Alter Ego in 10th place. Now this is going to be a bit awkward if Alter Ego didn't go straight for Super Sunday this week.
Although they're not too far from the top 8, but I do agree if for some disastrous reason they don't gain many points or they don't gain points at all for the last 3 games, then yeah, it's an awkward situation for Alter Ego to be in. But of course, I'm sure everyone would expect Alter Ego to be able to do that. 3 more games to go, and all they need is just a handful of points. Alter Ego should be able to. But I'm also looking at the other competition, right? The Infinity and Vampire Esports, maybe even 7-9, if they can do superbly well, they could probably be the ones to be the top 8 and still keep Alter Ego out.
We talked about the average points for the teams in the 50s to get themselves in the top 8, and that's going to be 10 points across all the maps here in terms of average points per map. It's still doable for 7-9. I agree. Vampires as well. Now Vampires, we just had an interview with Tony Gay, which he mentioned they are quite confident getting to Super Sunday. Now that speaks something. Despite they are in the 50s, in the 12th spot here, it shows that maybe they are brewing up something else in mid-run.
Let's see what Boom Esports can brew for 7-9. They took out Yuhai, looking to take out the depth as well. Here we go. Time around, depth 1 puller onto him, and lucky enough, there's a tree between them, so depth will be able to get away safely for now, that is. And 7-9 will be playing the rest of the round with 3 players, and looks like they're gonna make that rotation all the way up north.
Oh, but MORPH, he just got himself quite a good numbers of points in the previous round. Right now facing some issues, and one player already got finished off in an instant. Starting off as a trio, there's going to be 2 teams, 3 actually starting off as a trio. It's going to be MORPH, VOIN and 7-9. And funny enough, these 2 teams, especially MORPH and VOIN, happen to be clashing early on.
Here we go, the fight between the 2, MORPH as well as VOIN Donkeys. Both of these teams need points to be in the top 8. Now, VOIN Donkeys, they don't have Maxis with them, who just subbed in, by the way. So Maxis didn't have much playtime, unfortunately. So with the early elimination, we might expect to see Maxis continue to play in the following round.
Possibly true. But right now with VOIN, 3 players here, what can they do? MORPH is actually taking a bit of a risk with 3 players as well. Instead of trying to avoid conflicts early on, they're forcing themselves into fight. Flippy made a bit of a U-turn, just to try to bait out any sort of information, but not given freely by VOIN down there. Back towards where the rest of the group is at right now, they have to be extra careful. If they tunnel their vision to a side of VOIN, Donkey across one side, Team Flash ready to take both teams out there from behind.
At least both of them in the circle now. But let's see, because we'll get the next circle in about 10 more seconds. Vampire Esports, from a ticket dinner to 0 points. In the following round, we'll be looking to recover their points at this time, making that a long rotation by the side. Probably going to use the Jogopu Bridge up north, but we still have a 50-50. My goodness, this is a tough circle just because of how split this circle is because of the river.
That's kind of true. There's a lot of choke points in the northern side, and maybe the Gut Mountain will be one of the most heated up places, a hot spot for all the teams that want to get their numbers up for eliminations. So we will expect there's going to be a lot of teams trying to fight over Gut Mountains for now. But on the side of Team Secret, this is also going to be one of the teams that didn't actually made it through for last Super Sunday, and they need the points here. Last time they played themselves 11, but back towards MORPH, and boom!
Oh man, just as they drove by, MORPH will say thank you for the point. But let's be real, Boom, they probably don't mind. They'll be like, yeah, whatever, you know. Even if we don't get any points this round, they'll be absolutely fine. But for MORPH, they definitely need the points. And speaking about teams who need the points, both the GEEK Fam and Vampire Esports, they both need it too.
Desperately needed it. Every single point will be treated as a dime for these teams right now. If you look at across the board, right side on the chart, Second place, Boom, right now in the overall rankings. Now look at the gap in between. There's still going to be a lot of teams of Group C up there with 7th place by MORPH. Other than that, 10th place down to the last one. There's no room for the top 8 still. Alter Ego need a bombastic round to make sure they have quite a number of elimination plus survivability wise. They have to make sure they got themselves the top 5, but that's them 9th. They are in trouble.
Long range knock. I do hope that they treat it as a diamond and not a dime. Because if it's a dime, it's a 10 US cents.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Boom Esports can treat it as a dime. They'll be like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's just a dime. But for MORPH, it's diamonds. And for TALON as well, definitely diamonds for them. As they'll be happy to take another point out of SEM 9. And one player of SEM 9 got away. Okay, not yet. Oh, Kenny in the open.
Stop jinxing them, Cloud. With a 0 point at that. We talked about how much Indire needs SEM9 need those points. They are desperate to get it, but their desperation actually pushed them into a corner of room of error. Multiple mistakes can be seen just now. They just lost their formation and break information in between. Next one will be YOODO next, but we do have Alter Ego versus Vampires again.
Wow, Vampire from the Gaka Mountain went down to the south side of Jogo Pool, coming to Alter Ego. Round 3, ding ding ding, between the two of them. So it's 1-1 between Vampire Esports and Alter Ego. This fight will be interesting, especially if the circle goes away. But on screen, we have PIGMY and YOODO 2.
Still going to be centralized. Oh, this is even harder. Look at the gap for Jogo Pool there. Not just a small river just now, making a bigger lake in between. But PIGMY versus YOODO 2 Kid will be taken down with that very short range of CQC between the DBS fight. Achoo down to 1 HP left. Now, I do have a feeling Team Secret want to pull over and just be engaged with alongside with PIGMY versus YOODO 2 now. They need to wrap things up quickly. If not, both teams will just not benefit from this fight.
Oh, sent across. Named by Dimsy counter-fired by Abi. Abi now tries to get away as far as possible. Not able to save Rido at all. He must win the fight first. But the other members of YOODO 2. Looks like Jumper is not too sure where he is. Is he on a location that can support his teammate? But we don't see him yet on screen. Now Abi pretty much all alone. Okay, Jumper's on the other side. Let's go, Abi.
I don't think Jumper can visualize over this end. Pretty tough for him to actually see from all these structures in between, blocking his views entirely. Team Secret taking on PA on their small right side of the corner, but PIGMY, Jabranki trying to just finish off the rest of YOODO 2 being knocked down early on. Jumper is still too far. I think it's best for Jumper to just abandon the ship, but giving away his position. That is just an easy cleanup for PIGMY by Jabranki just now.
I want to point out, Jumper put himself in a position that he cannot support his teammate. He doesn't have the line of sight. So it's an unfortunate situation for YOODO 2. But let's see if TODAK with Cleon coming into the lineup, whether they can change their fate today.
Multiple levels of the same apartment they do have here between XERXIA and TODAK. It's gonna be between the 3rd and 4th floor fight, but they might actually put that to hold for now. Because both teams might want to just refocus themselves with the teams that's in front, but never mind, Lobby X. They figure out what he's gonna do. They are 10 steps way further than how XERXIA's player is thinking right now. So that managed to take it down on one, but Alter Ego happen to be popping out of nowhere.
Oh, here we go. Boom Esports with a frenzy knockdown. And Pomnik, he's gonna leave his teammate. Looks like, yeah, he's going to leave it because they're surrounded by TALON. Frenzy taken out by Misery. Boom Esports, 2 players left. But then again, don't be too worried about Boom, to be honest.
Yep, Boom pretty comfy up there. They might just want to prove themselves when it comes to getting those numbers up. But Team Secret, PA lost 1 player. Team Secret lost more. This is going to be the last player standing for Namcute. Try to survive as long as he can. And the circle will shift even more. It will shrink down to maybe a tough spot in between the two. Between the rivers. We're back towards the right side. MORPH in the center. XERXIA still in it. But the one is quite far is going to be Boom last player. Alter Ego still fighting against the Vampire in the same compound.
And North Shogopool not in the circle at all. Probably happened to be passing by TODAK as well as PEA, but we're back on the PEA versus Namkyu. It's only one player against PEA. Oh, that was a close one for Namkyu. 80% of health left, and he'll need time to heal up.
TODAK in a tough, Team Secret in a tough spot. PEA in the same building. TODAK just eyeing out from across the other side of a street. Namkyu don't have an exit out. He needs to deal with this, but with what he has left, it won't be enough at this point. He barely got enough utilities to last even longer, and these guys won't let him off the leash. Coming up from PA and TODAK as well, and it's not too far from the circle, so there's no reason for this team to rotate out. But Namkyu might rush. Wait, what? How? No way! TODAK actually helping from the outside. Namkyu with links. PEA.
Man, that was heartbreaking. I mean, Namkyu could have been eliminated, but he got some help from TODAK. In fact, a major help from TODAK. Man, that was just heartbreaking for PEA. But let's see who will break whose heart now between PIGMY as well as TALON.
Now Axel, swap over to the UMP. Here comes the Nate mid-explosion. Billbot will try to break the formation of TALON, but being forced into the fight anyhow. Couldn't hold it by himself. Axel coming out from a bit later towards the flank side. But Archer will be shot down from afar. Still Axel. They will try to just do whatever they can and cleaning up as fast as they did. And another team bites the dust. That's going to be a PIGMY. Slowly being pushed down, but definitely having a tough spot to get into the top 8.
Ah, man, that will be definitely tough for them right now, because we only have 2 more rounds to go for PIGMY. As for TALON, still fighting for as many points as possible. They managed to collect 50 points so far. And with a full squad, they can still do wonders with the amount of players that they still have. Now the next target could be Namkyu.
Lennox spotted out. Namkyu managed to flee, but I don't know what kind of miracle being blasted for the side of Namkyu did today. He was being cornered down to one particular floor only against PA, but TODAK saved them, and TODAK didn't even chase him out just now. What a lucky moment for Namkyu, going straight for the swimming. Infinity and MORPH. Oh, Hulk. Oh, we do have swimming buddies down here.
Oh, okay. Sharing the same pool, it seems. Yeah. And looks like all of them, or at least 2 of the teams, will be in the river for now. We may add to the numbers soon, depending on where the circle will go. Okay, here it is. A good visual. And Hulk is actually holding his breath. And if he don't come up soon, he will go down to drowning.
Speaking of drowning, the one's not drowning. It's not 30k, it's 30k. Close enough. It might actually do a lot of work. MORPH, Hulk, that's going to be the last player, assume. And MORPH did not secure their top 8 yet, because they might be pushed down by Alter Ego next. Now, this is going to be a shaky moment for MORPH.
Here we go, circle time, and where will it go? It's still 50-50. Man, it can't go even more insane. But okay, it goes down south, and then PI Esports, Alter Ego, Infinity as well as GEEK fam got the circle. Teams on the north side will need to cut across, and we have at least 5 different teams up there.
11 teams remaining. The next one to be eliminated will not score any placement points still. TALON with 6 eliminations in the bag. They haven't scored too much of a chicken. Not a chicken yet for this week though, so far that I'm concerned with. But when it comes to Misery and Ratface, I'm not sure if he's playing for TALON or not yet. But we do have Team Flash some trouble against GEEK fam. GEEK fam definitely try a bit more aggressive this time around, but Vampire seems to be parting ways against Alter Ego, now taking a bit of a fight from the ones that are actually coming up from the outer circle, which gonna be gatekeeping Team Flash.
Here we go, coming from the side, TODAK. So it looks like at least they found, like, okay, a spot that nobody gave attention to. So they will be able to survive this stage. High potential, that is. Oh, Cleon, spotted by the Infinity. Oh man, that's as far as they can go.
Team Secret do have quite a number of eliminations down there. Kill feed keep popping up across the map, but they're down to 1 player. TALON with 6 eliminations, that's the most across the board right now. Cleon swimming over it, actually managed to dock him safely next to where Alter Ego and Vampire is at. You don't want to peek out right now. Namkyu, the last player of Team Secret, spotted out Boo Boo Hoo. Rocky and Babu trying to make things work for the side of VOIN, but VOIN, Rocky under the pressure of Linux spraying over under the bridge.
Talon, still 2 players on the north side, and they have 1 player on the inside circle. Now Leon, trying to take out Godtuni, very important player for the Infinity. Blocked out TODAK, and with enough damage onto Godtuni, that will force him to move away.
Cleon and Tom trying to find an opening. They don't want to pick up because they do know there's going to be a lot of teams up there. Bubu only 1 rock to cover himself. Infinity spreading across the bridges down there and might have to take themselves slightly more swimming time. A bit of a diving moment, but TODAK will try to take advantage from the side, but Linux is a visual out there, but Bubu knocked down. Now, there's down to only 1 last player of VOIN. Now I think that's Zeta possibly. Not really, it's Rocky. How to dock himself up.
Oh, look at this. Bobo who currently bleeding out on his knees in the water, but Linux will not allow him to deny himself somehow. Another point for Talon. And so far, Talon 8 elimination points. They're doing really well this round.
That's kind of true. Quite aggressive and been finding the targets across their crosshair for multiple times now. Bumping into one team, just swipe them off. But the thing is, will they dig in their own grave here when they're trying to get the rock where we were last standing here? XERXIA just joining in to the crossfire between VOIN, Donkey, Talon, and also Infinity. It's gonna be a fishy time for TODAK, Infinity, Talon, and XERXIA.
Oh, Iftar knocked. And Iftar might be taken out of this round. He's bleeding out at this moment. Circle-wise, move up to the land. 100% land with Vampire Esports in it together with GEEK. But what's going to be interesting is what's going to happen on the north side. Very crowded with Talon looking for their 10th point.
I personally feel like there's no way Infinity can dock themselves up. Whoever swims right now will regret indefinitely about their decision making. Yeah, Infinity slowly bleeding out in the river, leaving only Turney K and also Tiger Axe to be playing on the side of Infinity. Now XERXIA have to move, realizing it's going to be less than 10 seconds on the clock. They need to stop to get into the safe zone, or they'll be sharing the same fate as the rest of the team that seems to be swimming right now.
Oh man, you mentioned about who's going to dock himself, but I guess we'll know that answer real soon because they'll be forced by the blue. Sam cooking up another nade, tossing onto XERXIA. See there, damaged by it, but not knocked down just yet.
I don't know why all of them resort to swimming here, forcing themselves in the water, not able to do anything at this point. This is just throwing bodies for Talon to just easily sprays blindly and getting those connector shots and getting down to 1 knockdown. And definitely cannot do anything much while swimming. Maybe because of how the circle just so punishing for the players. But XERXIA, Talon, Linux spotted out Z, and Linux might actually go and save his teammates who are actually being knocked down right now. TODAK happen to docking themselves upwards. Now, can they cross over towards the circle?
Oh man, for them to survive to stage 6, this is already a miracle for TODAK, frankly speaking. They have been gate capped for the longest time at the riverbank. But Talon, full squad still, and waiting for the next team to come up to land.
Another team that kind of in the same spot as TODAK is actually Infinity. They still last long enough, but they are running low with their first 8 kits here. YOODO and X are still trying to figure out where are the others. Talon now have to face TODAK since they managed to dock themselves up. And TODAK did have the same water to share with Infinity, so they know there are a couple of players still in there swimming. But YOODO wants to finish things off. He got himself quite in an awkward position down there. Linux still swimming and trying to find positions, but the bridge fight is not done yet.
Oh, but it could be done now. As Tom managed to get a knockdown to Misery. Okay. Linux. Okay, oh, look at Linux with DBS. It's just that he does not have a good clear target. Oh man, okay, somewhat, but no space to move. Oh, look on the other side. Oh, Linux. The distraction took him down.
Oh, next is gonna be Infinity done. It's the one that actually winning is actually TODAK. Surprisingly, I thought Talon actually have a shot at it, but they start jumping down as well, eagerly trying to get those eliminations. TODAK, their perseverance seems to be bad fruitful at this point. They have trio, GeekFam have a trio, Vampires having a trio. The one with the full squad is still going to be Alter Ego. This is going to be the biggest opportunity for Alter Ego to push themselves shoot up to the 8th place.
Vampire has the circle, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire stand a good chance of scoring this chicken dinner. And circle, they have this small little house. Everyone else needs to come towards Vampire.
Vampires, they attracted too many attentions when they start to open fire against Alter Ego just now while trying to run and gun. But Alter Ego, surprisingly, despite their fighting each other quite early on versus Vampires, both teams seem to be lasting long enough than the rest of the teams that's going into different directions early on. Here comes probably the rush from Rosemary. Now they definitely want to go in and just push all the way with their vehicles, but taking a bit of time, going in a 2-2 formation with 2 different, 3 in 1 vehicle.
Here we go. Go time for GeekFam, no circle. But go time enough for Alter Ego. Spray coming in from GeekFam from behind. Audrey tries to hit his target against Alter Ego. Alter Ego pulls one still. Octa may coming from a different angle onto GeekFam, but Road Rage onto Octa.
Road Rage it is, with a splat down on the ground, and Snipes just got away with his crime unpunished. Now GeekFam, they do have the numbers, with Alter Ego start to fumbling down when it down to only one last player coming up from their side. But Alter Ego, lucky enough, they got the smoke to cover themselves just a tiny bit more. But GeekFam now change their focus towards TODAK, Vampire as well. But Vampires do have the compound with Alter Ego in the center. Isaac might spot out Alva.
There, almost knocking down the member of Vampire Esports. I think make sure that GeekFam gets their fifth elimination point. Tony K spraying randomly into the smoke, trying to find his target. But at the same time, Alter Ego on the number point, 1 elimination point. TODAK is still alive.
This is going to be one of their best performance and best round for the side of TODAK, with Lynx and Tam both covered themselves with a very small structure. That's going to be the airdrop, and got himself a bit of upgrade of the big one on that for Tom. And also Lynx, he got himself just a tiny bit of that buggy. Not exploded yet, but it's quite a risk if they start to fire on that side in that direction. But Vampires, can they score another chicken here?
Most nice with his nade by tossing onto the outer side of the building. Probably not going to land onto any member of Vampire Esports. Second nade sent across, and Tony K evaded that nade. And nobody from Vampire knocked, neither are they injured.
Snipes going with Zayn to see whatever the boxes have to offer right now, just to replenish the resources of ammunition and throwables, whatever they can get. But on the side of Vampires, it's so scarce for them to have those smokes, those mollies, the throwables nowhere to be found, since they choose to be indoors instead. Here comes Snipes trying to flush them out.
Ooh.
Chip down, fluke down to 50% of vision. Here comes another, now the knockdown. Here comes green light. It's go time for GeekFam.
Okay, GeekFam utilizing all their names, and now it's like when you say go time, starts to come in. Tony K on the right side. At the same time, Vampire Esports, Fluke being revived, but will they have enough time? And here comes Schwabs! Double knockdown by Schwabs! Beautiful jump shot! But none other than Schwabs, the man, the hero for Vampire Esports. And now all they need to do is to defend against Audrey.
Can Tony K pull the clutch again? 1v1, v2. He did it before. Exactly the same amount of number of players remaining. But the other player still knocked out. Still can't save him. But there's no room for that. Tony K have to settle this by himself once more, as GeekFam just finished off by TODAK player Tom and Lynx on the other hand. 2 different angles. We saw the swing early on, but this is going to be a different circumstances, different conditions based on the circle. They got one.
Again, they got one. Tony K. Okay, maybe possible by blue. Okay, you still have some space?
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness! But Tom has more space to play with. So now it's on to Tony K. How is he going to overcome Tom?
Oh, there you go. Chip down to 40-50%. He almost did it!
Oh man. Lucky enough this time. Tom was prepared for it. No second time around Tony K. Lightning that was like twice. on the same place. And finally, TODAK scores their first chicken dinner this season.
Congratulations for TODAK. Now that leaves us with only 6 teams left without any chicken across the entirety of the league. That's going to be 6 more, but TODAK, will it be enough for them? Personally, I don't feel it's going to be enough for the Super Sunday, but at least they will have a better start for their last chance stage on Saturday.
And clearly it won't be enough. It's just too late for TODAK, but it's never too late to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifiers. Looking at the numbers, so we got 11 eliminations out of TODAK. And this time around, Lynx transferred from TALON, the latest player of TODAK, performing very well with a lot of damage and the most eliminations for his team.
Cleon, who just subbed in, unfortunately being eliminated, one of the earliest one coming up from TODAK. I guess they lasted that bridge long enough. That bridge fight was actually TODAK's blessing to win this chicken dinner away.
Oh yeah, that bridge fight, that was insane. But what is also insane is Lynx's stats: 5 eliminations, 798 damage, 102 damage received, 35% kill concentration, and 27:39 seconds. There we go. The other teams to mention: Vampire Esports, of course, TALON, as well as GEEK.
The only flag not waving up here, it's going to be the teams hailing for Vietnam. With the moment DZave is not playing, we don't see a lot of those flags flying over. I don't know what happened to Team Flash. They need to reset themselves before heading into Miramar. But just to witness once more, how did TODAK finally clutch their way into their first chicken of the entire league? Let's watch the highlight.
Though it was a 2v1 at the end, but most of the work was done by TODAK at the shoreline. 21 points collected by TODAK in this round, but also joining them in the double-digit club is Vampire Esports 13, TALON 13, and GEEK 12. All are top 4 teams that we can see here in the match rankings. All of them need points to be in the top 8.
Now, we definitely anticipating a lot of zeros on the second page here regarding the eliminations. On the first page, got 2 teams with 11 eliminations, and TODAK I was counting how many teams exactly around the bridge area previously. I think around 7 to 8 teams up there. They've been holding on quite all right. And when it comes to defense, well, that was a remarkable fight coming up from the side of TODAK. But YOODO 02 and Sam91 ended up with the zeros down here. I personally feel YOODO 02 will have to look forward for their Saturday games later today.
Yeah, I guess it's quite clear for YOODO 02. They did fairly well in day one, but when they came back for day number 2, all of a sudden they kind of lost their mojo. But let's look at top 8 now. RRQ, the same amount of points as Crit VIP, pushed down, but Vampire Esports only 2 points difference from Crit VIP. So that means Crit VIP may be pushed down in the next round. Now it's all about whether NKT can survive or not. It depends on Vampire and Alter Ego at least.
I think for MORPH, we can have a safe sort of parameters for them. I think they definitely can gain more eliminations and numbers of points when it comes to the next 2 maps. Maybe on the first page, up to possibly TALON to able to catch up because we still have 2 more maps to go. But for TALON, they have to put so much work to cut across over 70 points to make sure they squeeze into Super Sunday in the very last minute.
Well, here we go. So TODAK scoring the chicken dinner. They rise up above a PEA as well as YOODO 02. Now at number 21, but it's all about collecting the points for them to prepare themselves for tomorrow. And with that chicken dinner, we're going to compare a Lynx, used to be from TALON, and a Snipes, the OG member of GEEK fam now.
And we remember the Snipes, he actually just rogue rage towards the rest of the teams of Alter Ego, if I'm not mistaken, previously. But team contribution wise, still more to a sort of Lynx. He did so much work giving such a support from the bridge fight previously, hence the contribution towards the damage output. But we're down to 2 more maps of Miramar here, Cloud. We do know this is going to be where teams like the Thai teams do prefer more when it comes to this map. Vampire is close enough, getting to score themselves a double chicken just now, but unfortunately, like you mentioned just now, Thunder didn't actually struck twice at the same place. For Tony K, that was a difficult one for him to clutch by himself.
Well, yeah, if the stats are true that the Thai teams, they do like this map and it continues on to be right, Vampire Esports might be the happiest of them all. So who knows? Who knows? Because they are that close to making it to the top 8. And there's still one unmovable, I wouldn't say unmovable, there's still one slot that the team cannot collect points anymore because they're not playing that. That's Crit VIP. So that is one definite slot. NKT is a little bit further. So yeah, at least NKT is still kinda safe for now, but I'll be a little bit worried for Crit VIP because they're only 2 points away from the top.
I agree. They're definitely biting their nails, and with the teams that's so close when it comes to the point gap between the 8th place and 9th place, I hate to say it, but I feel like they might actually push down. And a high chance NKT will be pushed down as well if the teams that close enough around the 60s right now, if they got themselves 10 points in the remaining maps of Miramar, there's going to be 20 points in total. It's more than enough for them to secure those top 8 slots.
Yeah, so NKT still sweating. Yeah, they're still praying. They're definitely watching the game from maybe their hotel room or something, and they're sweating and praying that they don't need to play tomorrow and they can have an off day, go shop for, I don't know, elephant pants or something. Speaking about elephant pants, I did notice that Tony K is wearing the same elephant pants that's also worn by the other players.
I think
it's the elephant pants buff, you know.
I think it's our theory is definitely right when it comes to deporting in the bundle and just spreading. Just distributing towards all the players out there in case they don't have extra pants or they don't feel comfortable with their outfit of the day, just to have a bit of a buff of getting those performance to be going upwards.
Yeah, and I think it's something to do with the elephant pants. You know, those like Napeko wore the elephant pants and Tony K wore the elephant pants and he had a great performance. I think all of us should have one of those elephant pants.
I wish we can have one. It's very comfortable, by the way. It's super comfortable. We do know that material is actually 100% cotton as well. At least we know that. And speaking of elephant pants, I kind of miss Newsy. I won't lie. I do miss his shaggy pants. It might actually be another trend as well. But we haven't seen him at all for the entire day yet.
Not at all. I mean, Fluke came back, and can we say that the Vampire is at least today better without Newsy? Arguable?
I didn't say
No.
that.
Well,
But it's true. It's true.
I was about to answer the question actually, but I would say that for me personally, it's arguable because there were rounds that obviously got scripted and there were rounds that they went out 0. So no definite answer.
Gotta have to wait and see. It's all down to the coach whether to put him in the roster or not for the next one. But speaking of another team that we always highlight about, the back-to-back champions the previous season, Alter Ego, they seem to be also thriving for this week.
At this moment, Alter Ego, I wouldn't be too worried for them, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried for them. I guess we'll definitely be able to see them across. But for teams like YOODO, O2, XERXIA even, also one of the teams that needs to prepare for the Saturday match as well by gaining as many points as possible. So another Thai team who could potentially do well inside of Miramar if the theory serves us right, that Thai teams do like Miramar. But we're going to see a swap here. So Loy is going to come in for them.
We're going to see a bit of a change of wind when it comes to their gameplay, probably due to the change of map as well. The biggest map of them all, 8 by 8 kilometers, 90% of land ratio to water ratio in it. But sometimes we ended up around the water area despite we have more land to play.
More land to play will definitely be good for them. But of course, we saw yesterday Impala circle, and it was so fun. And FaZe Clan came up with a good one, especially with Mormon scoring, Onsen scoring the big one there. And here we go. Let's see if we get a similar circle or something different in our first Miramar for today.
Starting off with the flight path, which I think just equally divided the map to the north and west. The north and the southern side. Not too equal, but okay enough for the teams. But just a bit of a journey for the teams who want to go towards Impala or Puerto Paraíso. We had Impala Circle yesterday. That's going to be once during this tournament. Most of the circle ended up on top of water treatment. It's all down to the teams dropping early. XERXIA, we had one Chumacera before, so there's a shot at it. So XERXIA and the rest of the team, there are 3 teams dropping quite early down there.
Wow, okay. Let's see how far will the drop be. Or is it inside of Valademar? XERXIA not really moving, and there's another overlapping team. GEEK fam might skip that. They might go to Puerto Paraíso or Impala. But I think we'll see an early fight here inside Valademar. So let's go, XERXIA, one of them involved.
Yep, it's probably going to be versus MORPH right on top of it. Our GEEK fam, while they're trying to look things up quickly, they might actually be interested to join in the fight between XERXIA and MORPH later on. But we haven't seen the circle pop up yet. DA resort to, as per usual, dropping himself in the northern side. Boom is the team that should be watching out for. We might actually finish on top of Truck Stop here. But MORPH versus XERXIA, here we go.
Aha, okay, early fight without the circle at all. So let's see who will win this one. And if the theory serves us right, the chances might favor towards XERXIA. But the first few shots I noticed came from a MORPH, and it did land onto Lobby X. And both teams, I think they should have decent amount of loot as a start.
For XERXIA, they're trying to just bump numbers up just to make sure they can close up the gap or even carry forward the points later if they have to play these Saturday maps later on. But on the side of MORPH, they need to solidify their position and they cannot afford to go down early.
Okay, Megamind with the shotgun. Close range. Okay, opens the door. Oh, didn't get a good angle. Too bad there. But lucky for Flippy though. If that shot landed, possibly Flippy might be knocked.
Flippy, knowing the fact that DBS best counter weapon is going to be UMP, prepare himself for the surprise of the corners. They will give him slight support fire or cover fire from the back. I'm not sure how the rest of the MORPH will position themselves regarding XERXIA taking over this particular building. There's have multiple levels on it. Hulk with a micro Uzi. I don't think it will actually clip too much from that distance, but he definitely tried to look for more. On the side of XERXIA, they cannot even move too much. They're barely scarce. They're so scarce for the looting right now. This might be detrimental if they don't try to find their way out of this.
Mexican standoff. So they're about 2,700 meters away from the circle, and they're by the edge of the map. So one of the first three teams that will receive the blue is going to be those two teams. But we are going to highlight here Tony K. Average elimination is 1.1. He definitely has a lot of highlight moments for the Infinity.
I cannot stop thinking about Tony K and Tony K if you put it side by side. Their hairstyle pretty much almost the same. It's just the eyes are slightly different, that is. So maybe it is the twin of Tony K from a different family entirely, possibly in this case, yeah. But when it comes to MORPH, there also seems to be a bit of a stalemate between these two teams, and this is not going to be great.
Okay, not so great because right now the zone will start to close. Okay, stage 1 it is. That's where we start to observe how many utilities, especially healing utilities, do they have to potentially tank out maybe at least 2 stages of the blue because they need to travel and the circle is far. So hopefully they're prepared for that in terms of the RNG of healing utilities spawned in Valdemar.
Not just that, it was over 2 kilometers from where they stand and from the safe zone. And plus, due to how they just having a standoff, a bit of tension between them and not making any progress of looting, plus no vehicle. Even if they finished off and wrap things up after they're done with the fight later on, if they don't try to get any vehicles in a short amount of time, they'll be having trouble trying to run away from the blue zone, and plus there'll be a lot of teams gatekeeping from that end.
True. Even if you give them like 20 first aids, but if they're on foot to run in, no vehicle, this circle, But we're gonna get the first knock. Okay, Team Flash might lose a player, but no follow on the elimination feed yet. Okay, here we go. TODAK is gonna go in for it.
He's going in solo. Not sure how the communication coming up from the side of TODAK, but Tom definitely eager to get those eliminations. He scores it. While the rest of the team now finally arrive, Team Flash will have to resort to parting ways. But the flat tire making it a bit difficult for Wong to drive it out. His smoked up vehicle or finally broken the silence of XERXIA versus MORPH. But back to it, a no-no.
Okay, so looks like what we talked about, that the Thai teams generally like Murama a bit more, and it's favoring XERXIA with first elimination onto the member of MORPH. 4v3. This is stuck here between each other. Now, Lobby, Micro Uzi, and also DBS. Now, let's not forget about their utilities. No health utilities on RNJ, Lobby X, and also Megabyte, last we saw. And say hello to the blue.
Hello Blue with no gears, hardly got any that's actually working well. Level 1 or barely got any helmet or missing one of helmet or vest. And plus, barely got ammunition as well. There are some players that actually have only 25 clips left in that AKM. No reserve ammunition whatsoever. No vehicles, no utilities, no first aids. There's a lot of no's down there, and that's probably going to be no winning team here as well.
Yeah, I'm afraid you might be right. Like, both teams might be eliminated. It will be a pity though, with the fact that MORPH, they do stand a chance to be at least in the top 8 by the end. But okay, then now they're number 7, but they could be overtaken by Vampire Alter Ego. So MORPH, it's a fight they cannot afford to lose, really, unless they plan to play the last chance, of course.
They definitely want to be losing now, but they're finally breaking attention again, knocking on one, which could be Lobby Axe. While XERXIA might actually revive their teammates since there's no execution after that. Urzi next 0 with the Micro Uzi, while TODAK repositioned himself to go against Infinity. But the fight is happening inside of the blue zone with stage 2 coming up very soon. They didn't still score any vehicles, still not wrapping things up. I don't think XERXIA and MORPH will be alive for stage number 3 or stage number 4 here.
Oh man, and that's going to be worse news for MORPH. At least for XERXIA, okay, they kind of know that they're going to be the last chance. But for MORPH, they had a chance. But now with XERXIA taking them out one by one, MORPH, oh no, one more to go. And that's actually good news for Vampire. Alter Ego, they're only 4 or 5 points away from MORPH.
Even if he managed to revive her, Z, question is, they don't have first aid, they do have band-aids. But that plaster, that first aid of that plaster, temporary plasters, won't last long. Look at how far they are from the rest of the world out there. Who already got himself across and Martin, but the circle shifted all the way towards the truck stop where we anticipate the circle would be. I don't think these two teams will able to make it out alive.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter who's 15 or 16, like placement points is still going to be the same.
True.
Yeah, so let's see how many points Tuck can get out of this situation. But nope, he's out, and MORPH only got 1 point out of this. XERXIA, Megamind 1 first aid, and no vehicle yet. So I don't know how XERXIA is going to survive this.
Even if he picked them up, what else can he do? They don't have first aid. Those bandages will not work anymore. TALON, Alva, Alter Ego versus VOIN. Infinity now will be approached by TODAK. There's been scouting towards Infinity for quite some time now. TODAK just trying to re-strategize themselves to a position where it will be a sweet spot for them. But GEEK Fam versus Alter Ego Octa. Now this is going to be those mountain fights happening soon.
Aha, Audrey on the lower ground. Oh, Octa's on the other side. I don't think Audrey knows he's there. Oh, maybe he does. Okay, he does. He has an idea, but the first nade did not land onto Octa. Okay, second nade toss across onto Audrey. Okay, the rest of GEEK Fam is coming in. Mika is going to come in from behind. Let's see what sort of angle can Mika get.
Octa needs to hold the angle, but he couldn't actually clutch it. He's one out by himself, and swift execution by GEEK Fam there. The rest of Alter Ego have to reposition themselves to get a better place since they lost their pivotal player just now who will hold the ground against GEEK Fam. This shows that GEEK Fam will take away this compound out of the hands of Alter Ego, but it depends on the circle next. Is it worth it for them to actually leave, or will they regret their decision for Alter Ego?
You know what? Speaking about regrets, right? XERXIA still has 3 players active. So, gonna keep an eye on that, like how long will they be able to last. But Alter Ego, they not only have GEEK Fam, but they also have Team Flash, Batman, putting pressure onto them.
Team Flash, the Vietnam team that really performed last week. When it comes to this week, things seems to be a bit difficult for them. Rosemary spotted a Batman across the window. He opens the door, make it so confused for Rosemary to scout out which way he will exit out. But it's not too safe for Alter Ego either, because it seems like GEEK Fam seems to be moving towards the same direction. While Truck Stop taken over by Sam9, TODAK still having a 4. I'm looking at XERXIA. Are they still alive? They are still having a trio.
And they're out of the blue! Wow! Okay, they must have found like abundance of first aids along the way somehow. Or abundance of bandages at least, to be able to survive that. And where's XERXIA now? Okay, I'm looking for them. Don't see them. I wonder where they are. I think they might be like way down south, just off screen.
Not even in the map yet.
Find the missing XERXIA.
Find the missing XERXIA. They're still missing. Hopefully they lend themselves a couple of vehicles. That's what they really need right now. No more looting, but they need to get into the safe zone as soon as possible. Stage 3 will be less than 30 seconds next on the clock. TODAK on the other end, everybody start to move when 30 seconds on the clock start to count. But for the other teams, not so much of skirmishes, quite a peaceful rotation so far towards around the truck stop.
Okay, we got XERXIA in the blue now based on the stats, and they're pretty low at this moment. Now I do wonder whether they can survive at this stage. Okay, so we'll continue to monitor the status of XERXIA, ladies and gentlemen. If they do go out right now, then it's like what we said, no points from the placements, but only elimination points.
At least MORPH got 1. They not ended up with a 0, by the way, but that's going to be a shame for them, because that's one of the opportunity for them in this map to solidify their position in the top 8, because it's still pushable by Alter Ego and Vampires, which not too far off, only 4 points different. When it comes to Create VIP, might actually will be pushed down later on. But back towards the teams that are still having themselves at the very bottom. PEA just trying to carry themselves more points when it comes to the last chance stage here. They didn't actually get themselves in last chance. Last week they got straight into Super Sunday.
And XERXIA, okay, I guess I just want to point it out that I guess what kind of helps XERXIA is that the circle shifted down south. If the circle went up north, then probably XERXIA would have been gone. So a little bit of a saving grace for XERXIA. Just wanted to put it out there.
True. Possibly true. Cleon spread out to Fredo. His reserve clips not so much though for TODAK. He has to be a bit more conservative with the sprays. I don't know if there's any nearby loot that he can actually get from. Possibly try to get into truck stop to see if there's any more ammunition laying around inside of the compound. But Cleon definitely keeping an eye out for the rest of the team, while YOODO, O2 are B. Spotted out VOIN, BARUZ coming up from the back line. Probably going to be support fires from the back, while YOODO O2. This is not really a bad spot, by the way. Not visualized by the other side of the road.
This shot might have been not visualized by Kid, as Trexie surprised him, and he's out in the blue. And Trexie will not allow Kid to deny himself. That is going to be point number 1 for PEA. Playing by the side coming in. But the next challenge is going to be VOIN Donkeys.
VOIN Donkeys prepared themselves to go against two teams at the same time probably, but PEA decided to go down south, while YOODO O2 maybe will favor the fight towards TODAK. Finally, XERXIA coming off the blues, and hello
Yay!
World! Finally out, but they will engage with a fight later on.
Yay, finally! Oh man. Must be holding their breath all the way down there. I wonder how many utilities they have left, especially on the healing utilities department.
Oh no!
Oh, come on! Come on, Talon! Come on!
It doesn't require selling too much bullets to spray over as well, due to how low the HP has been in the blue zone just now. But we do have something a bit more spicy in the middle here. Around Minas Generalis, we do have Boom, we have Team Secret, we have Vampires, we might have Team Flash on the right side corner as well.
Oh man, I feel for XERXIA though, but not even the Secret is going to be on fight. But now Yami spraying on Team Secret, GEEK knocked down by Frenzy. And it's a matter of time now. Maybe Semna can steal away the point. Oh! Tony K! Took it home!
What? Semna? It's Vampires! Vampires just been watching all this time, but what a nade coming up from Frank! Low you finish off, and it's gonna be a lemon squeezy, easy peasy for Sem9 to finish that one eliminations, but Blazers start to finish off XERXIA as well. They're running from the inevitable, leaving only one player left. Boom in the middle of the crossfire between Sem9, between Team Flash, between Team Secret, between Vampires as well. It's gonna be the toughest spot for Boom, but if they can withhold their crowns there, it's gonna be bombastic.
Lemon squeezy, easy peasy. Okay. Anyway, now Kenny knocked down by Tony K. So wow, Tony K, where are you? We gotta get a visual of where Tony K is. He stole away an elimination point. He knocked down Kenny. And where is he? Where is Tony K?
We don't see him. He's still got the points there. I definitely sure that he can actually see all the rotation of teams right now. VOIN approaching, but they are walking themselves in the death trap here, with also VOIN taking out towards Aikido and BA kind of tough. Get himself in quite a crate down there, but being eliminated instead at 15th place. Only one eliminations out of this map.
There you go. Another team eliminated. PEA. Eliminated before XERXIA. That's a little bit of a surprise. But for GEEK Fam, they were trying to take out VOIN Donkeys, knocking out Rocky. And this point is definitely Izane's and also GEEK Fam. Nice to be in. All three will make sure that happens. And somehow Rocky is still alive.
Alter Ego start to shoot
There you
against
go.
GEEK Fam. It's gonna be the battle of who gets the higher grounds, Cloud. It's all about the elevations at this point. PIGMY and Vampires. Now we get to see a bit of a glimpse of Tony K. He's actually quite far, right on top of all the rest of the roster, with PIGMY next to them. But the battle of the northern side is not done yet. VOIN with two players versus
Oh!
YOODO.
beautiful nade by Jumper. But now Jumper awoken the beast. That is TODAK behind him. Billboard knocked down somewhere else. Jumper, he has backup. Circle time, and he will go slightly down south. Outer Eagle has the circle, and Outer Eagle is super good from top 8.
Team Flash in the center as well, got himself some compound to work around. TODAK, despite they got himself the last chicken, they are still in the run with a good momentum. Just wiped out the entirety of YOODO 02, and they are garnering more points. They with 4 in the back. While another team seems to be struggling, it's going to be VOIN and Donkey this time. Now this is going to be tough for VOIN Donkey to push up to the top 8, but PIGMY! Oh my god, what a flush! And it's finished off, but they just walked into their own grave.
Well, they got that 1 point, but from the outside, it is actually Schwabs from Vampire Esports to pick out the point out of PIGMY. And speaking of Vampire Esports, they're actually above PIGMY now. Okay, this nade could be big, could score them all 3 points.
Vampires, Schwabs tossing the first molly. Here comes another, flushing these guys out. Barbecued mid-air toss with that trajectory, did not clip on at all. Jabranki knits out, but here comes Vampire. There's no mercy shown by the Bloodsuckers.
Oh man, here we go. Schwabs looking for blood. It could be a simple spray, but oh no! Schwabs was not prepared for that. Schwabs still eliminated by Achul, but a follow-up from Stone will take out the last member of PIGMY. Schwabs. It was a bit of a wasted elimination given to PIGMY.
That's true. With all the effort he actually put in, might be devastated right now, but back on Sem 9 Infinity on the northern side, it's still going to be a bit of a stalemate here due to the terrain itself. Quite a steep slope down there for Loyu. He couldn't pick up because there's going to be Vampires just crossfire with the side. Remember, Infinity showed themselves. Loyu!
Oh man, turning it wanted against Loyu. Was just something for this round, but it's not all out yet for Sem 9 as now they fire back. They lost Loyu, but again, all the other points out of the Infinity.
Oh, he definitely knows he doesn't want to be in the same spot as the Infinity. The moment they try to push themselves forward, that's where the Vampires already gatekeep towards their side. But they have to resort to force the fight anyhow. It's going to be TODAK and also Vampires crushing down towards the center of Sem 9. Team Flash as well. TODAK coming in. Never mind. Team Flash is not here, but back towards the side of TODAK. They want to spot out towards the side of Sem 9, but Vampires won't allow them to even take out.
I have some news flash though. Vampire Esports with 3 elimination points now. They had number 8. They pushed out Crit VIP. So now it's down to Alter Ego to see whether they can overtake Vampire Esports or not. But of course, the next goal is to see if they can push out NKT. So both Vampire and Alter Ego can be in the top 8.
First one to be pushed out probably is going to be MORPH first. NKT at 6th place, 77 points for now. If they actually got more than 70 points, definitely MORPH is not happy by end of this round. They need to come back up. And it's not down to NKT, the one that's biting their nails by the bench right now. While watching this map here as the circle shrinks, will XERXIA RNJ in it? Yes, that's going to be XERXIA, 1 player left, Cloud.
How? From Valadema. Tanked so much at the blue, and now in the middle. Okay, now it's all about fingers crossing that nobody knows he's there. And maybe he can survive to 2nd place, or if he can get a chicken dinner, it will be the most insane chicken dinner this season, for sure.
He's hiding in plain sight while the other teams actually get themselves quite a high elevations of mountains or in between the valleys. Hopefully he can actually hide himself where if he actually clutched this chicken, the door is that way. I'm just gonna go out.
Okay, so I'm so rooting for RNJ now, okay?
Wow.
RNJ, let's go!
Wow.
RNJ. I want to see.
That hurt my
see
feelings,
the door
man.
I just want to see the door open. Okay, RNJ, let's go. Okay, now I am blessing RNJ with invisibility.
Oh, we need a cloak from Snake, which is not playing here, RRQ, by the way. Back to Vampires, on the other hand. They've been gatekeeping so many teams, but they're not being blessed by the circle. They need to advance forward. Sem 9 still stuck in between TODAK and Vampires, with also Team Flash gatekeeping all these 3 teams from the inner circle. Now, they barely have enough smokes to just advance forward. Like it or not, they have to take up the challenge.
Spray from Brian. Almost knocked it down. the TODAK on the other side, but Thai Esports firing back to Brian from behind. TonyQ with the one to knock him down. Vampire Esports looking to extend their lead. They're 70 points now, and they can push down MORPH with just 2 more points.
They definitely will push down more by end of this round. If they got eliminated early as well, they got themselves some placement points by the end of this map. Tony K spraying over to a side of Iftar, dropping the mobility of TODAK into almost 0 now. And I feel like TODAK, they run for the first Mirama here. We're down to only 7 teams left, but here comes a nade. Axel challenging Boom.
Oh, nade after nade by Axel onto the members of Boom. But let's not forget about Vampire Esports, 2 teams. Nading up Boom Esports. Frenzy and Yummy now down on their knees. Crazy and Bombay tries to fire back. But now Talon moving up to the high ground, and Vampire Esports will be the next target.
Axel Talon to take it out. Tony K, 1 HP left, and that's the loss of Vampires. They're being eliminated, but they, by the end of this round, I have a feeling they got extra more points, hopefully, when it comes to placement points. That's going to push down MORPH. Next is going to be Talon. Talon, they need more points than the rest of the teams up here. And they're definitely trying to gain for more with 7 eliminations dominating across the board. They can definitely go for more. Look at the spread in the circle, Cloud.
Oh, wow. Well spread it for all these teams. But I'm going to put out another news flash. Alter Ego moves up to number 7 now with the 6 eliminations that they have collected. So Vampires are pushed back out to number 9. And here we go. Nate's galore again by Talon onto Boom.
Yummy May. Just clipped down to 50% of HP. Talon, Yuri still got last hand grenade to give a bit of a pressure on Boom. But the rest of Talon still going to reign over the bombardment to a sort of Boom. They're the one being boomed down here. Well, Razy and Pommy tried to respond, but Razy the last one standing. Boom. Well, they're not really in the danger zone, so it's okay for them to go down. But Team Flash taking and stealing all the points away, possibly.
Okay, let's see who will get maximum points out of Boom Esports. Yummy will take it off by Talon. Axel knocked out by Razy. Razy knocked. And now it's only Pombit left. Way coming in from Linux. Trying to find where Pombit is at. Pombit 80% of health. Pombit putting off by Talon. And that is it for Boom Esports. Talon got 3 of them.
Talon Alter Ego definitely trying to get this chicken to solidify the position in its top 8 here. While Talon trying to save Axel, it's going to be a tough challenge and mission. Yoru will save him with a pop of smoke. But 14 Flash goes to actually do have a bit of a glimpse on towards the players of Talon, but they want to go into the center of the circle instead, because nobody's touching Alter Ego on the other end. XERXIA, RNJ lost it in the top 4.
Okay. Invisibility cloak, RNJ, come on. But before we go to RNJ, okay, the closest one now with RNJ is going to be Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they do have company in the name of Talon.
That's going to be Rosemary just uncloak RNJ in the middle of this scene here just now. But I have to give it to XERXIA, despite they were having such a long journey from Valdemar, extending their fight way too long. They lasted long enough to be the top 4. Next, Talon Misery will be ambushed by Rosemary and Alva perhaps, but Talon do have a bigger chance of getting those chicken here.
Yeah, I mean, if they can clear off Alter Ego, then that's pretty much it, I guess. Let's see what's going to happen here. As Misery takes out Rosemary, 1 more to go for the side of Alter Ego. Yoru is going to come in onto Alva. Alva closest to him. The smoke is still active. The nade will be sent across onto Alva. Alva, 2 nades right in front of him. No way for him to save Rosemary.
This is going to be the best spot for Alva to take covers from. We do know the double haystack in this very small shack. We can be plenty of covers for the side of Alva to turn things around. But the thing is, Talon locked him down. They definitely will not let him play ring around the rosy around his haystack. But on the side of Axel, we already started focusing onto the side of Team Flash. Now Talon, this might be crucial for them to keep track. There's still going to be Alva on the other side. Oh, Alter Ego player is still on the other side. They cannot turn off vision with just Team Flash.
Imagine knocked down Axel. Okay, this could be Team Flash coming back, but maybe not really, because the one that's on the outside is going to be Talon. Team Flash, they have some sort of circle on the outside.
Linux, here comes Alva. Alva trying to take advantage. He spotted out Linux. He sprays, he got! And 2 knocked down Alva with that UMP. Now switch it over to Scores 2. Scores 2. And it's 1v1v3 with YOODO far apart from the rest of the team just now. Nobody actually cover fire to his Alva, but YOODO trying to do some damage control, but it's 100% Team Flash will get this chicken, right?
Yeah, it looks like a 3v1v1. But I'll be interested to see Alpha and YOODO. YOODO shows himself. YOODO fires back on the side of Team Flash. Let's get the knockdown to Guang. Ooh, sharp shooting by YOODO. My goodness.
Now it's 2v1v1. Seems like a lot of scenario like how Tony can clutch it before. Slightly up of a percentage coming up from Alter Ego and Talos' side for the chicken dinner. When it comes to Talon, they don't have any more utilities. It's 0 for all the utilities. But Alva, on the other hand, still have 3 hand grenades. That's going to be the game changer here.
Let's see who will he use it against. Whether it's YOODO or Gosu. Okay, closest is Gosu, but he needs the information though. YOODO somehow he managed to slide by the edge of the blue right now. 5 more seconds and it's over close entirely. But even though Guang was knocked, now he will be picked up by Batman. Team Flash recovers as a trio.
They got a couple of first aids. Might spot out Yuri if he's just trying to pick out. If he's slightly towards his left side, which is going to be right side of our screen, then he's gone. For Gosu, he opens fire. Alva will try to shoot him down. That's giving some opportunity for... Oh, here comes the nade. Alva just tossing the nade out. He definitely knows it's not coming out from Yoru. Now he's aware there's 2 different angles. He needs to swing it! But Alva drop a big one! This is the opportunity for Alva, but one by one. There's 2 more players of Team Flash to deal with. Wang and also Batman. They need to do some damage control here.
Oh man, it's gonna be big. This is gonna be huge if either Alva or Yoru could score it. Okay, anyone Team Flash, 2 players, Batman. Okay, they are side on Alva. This big would land onto Alva. Alva! You got Alva, Batman's gonna make it land onto it. Now all eyes onto Yoru. Yoru against the 2 members of Team Flash. And Team Flash to make sure that the chicken dinner comes to Team Flash.
Now, based on this performance, we have to tally up the scores of eliminations plus the placement points as well. There will be a lot of teams who will push down and they will be upset regarding the advancement of Team Flash up there. But where do they stand after this map?
Whew. I know, right? It's tight competition there. Race on the top 8 and the final game will matter for a lot of these teams. But let's check out the elimination points as well collected by them. Alter Ego, they actually scored a lot of elimination points in the previous round. But we get a confirmation real soon onto Alter Ego. But for now, Team Flash, they themselves scored 7 elimination points this time.
Plus a chicken, that's going to be 17. Now, they still need a big round for the last Miramar map of the day. If they can actually do it, then it's going to be a big last minute push coming up from Team Flash towards the top 8. But it's going to be a long shot, slightly a bit more effort to put in. But here comes our top 4 teams.
Oh, it looks like the fact that we put Talon in front, that means they got a lot more points in total. And based on the travel distance, they had a lot of opportunity to look at other teams and also take fights, and that's how they got more elimination points. Other than that, Alter Ego and XERXIA is up there as well. And interesting fact is that XERXIA has a full squad time of about 7 minutes, but he managed to be up here as one of the best teams. But let's check out the best moments here brought to you by Flash's Chicken Dinner.
looking at the replay, I personally don't know how did RNJ make it through, but 12 eliminations by TALON, 18 points, 17 by the side of Team Flash for the overall points here. Alter Ego at 14 definitely got himself safe spot in the top 8, but where do they lie when it comes to TALON and Team Flash when it comes to the overalls?
And we also have to take into consideration Vampire Esports as well, since they scored 5 points at this round. Let's see how much would they change it overalls in a little bit more. But on page number 2, Team Secret is the only team without a point this time. As for Boom, our number 1 team for today, not going to be a problem for them. They're just having a good time.
Yep, they're having fun indeed. We can see they're actually not even trying. Maybe they're just trying to test out something new. But this is where the numbers really matters. 75 points, 71 Vampires aside. MORPH also at 71. My God, what a close gap here. I have a feeling by the next map and KT, there's a high percentage they'll be pushed down.
Wow, they are praying that at least Vampire or MORPH don't overtake them. The golden number is 77, but make that 78 because they have 2 chickens, so the tiebreaker might favor them. But on page number 2, so Infinity, can they catch 77 unless they score like the chicken dinner? Then maybe, but if not, it's tough. But for Team Flash, unless they score big, then just maybe. But I think the chances are quite low now.
Unless if they can actually reach up to 80 points, then still doable for the teams in the second page, especially at 13 and 15 place. But when it comes to the head-to-head, we have the comparison between Rosemary and Linux. But look at the damage output for both of the players.
Yeah, 1,056 for Rosemary. But the fact that he only scored 3 eliminations, so he did a lot of work for his team as compared to Linux, 856. When it comes to the eliminations department, it does favor Linux a little bit more than Rosemary, but that is of course only for this round. Now, because of that, TALON, they scored the most damage, 2,878, as compared to Alter Ego, 2,088. And half of Alter Ego's damage was by Rosemary.
True, and that's going to be the high and damage output compared to the usual. It's going to be 2.5 previous ones. But when it comes to the last match, this will change everything, Cloud. When it comes to our next Super Sunday, and who will actually have to be pushed down towards the last chance stages, down to the last Miramar map. Around like what, 4-5 teams still have a shot at getting a Super Sunday with around 10 points gap in between, maybe even lesser than that.
Now, for reasons of having all the orange teams getting the chicken dinner today, I would love to see Sem9 doing. So Sem9 is the only orange team left because we only got 4 orange teams and they're all playing today. So Sem9, looking at you guys.
So yesterday has been red. The previous day also has been slightly red with YOODO, well, breaking in the last minute. YOODO Alliance did that 2 times in a row. But YOODO Alliance not playing. They're definitely already in Super Sunday. Now down to last orange team. Can they do it? Sem9. The progress has been tremendous compared to week number 1, but they need to make it even faster here because we're down to 1 last week, which is going to be next week. And there's going to be the Super Sunday that everybody wants to be in, especially the teams that make it out for week number 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The final Super Sunday definitely will be big. But we also need to see like who will be the teams that will miss out on the first 2 Super Sundays. And there's still a big amount of them. But of course that we will only know truly by tomorrow because tomorrow will be the last chance qualifiers, and who knows, maybe like even at the bottom teams like TODAK, teams like GEEK Fam, even Roy, if they can score like what Xavier did for chicken dinners in the day, then maybe they will be able to somehow come up with a surprise inclusion in the this week's Super Sunday.
Yes, please do surprise us. I'm looking forward for that coming up from Roy especially. But when it comes to NKT, I really feel so bad for them because their growth when it comes to week 1 and week 2 is just such a big growth. We're still not going to be enough for them to secure themselves straight into Super Sunday. Now, they're one of those teams that actually went through the last chance stage last week and didn't manage to go into another top 8 for the Super Sunday in last chance stage, where last minute been pushed down by PA. Now, if that happens again for this week, I don't know what else to feel for NKT.
I know, right? They did well But and they had moments like the Mr. Joe moment and all that, and just to be pushed down, they'll be like, oh man. But you know, it's not all too bad for NKT because they have the if they were to be forced to play the last chance qualifiers, they would have the same feeling like Vampire Esports. Like, okay, they have already a lot of points. They just need to play the game, and they will still be in the top 8 anyhow.
And speaking of Vampires, it feels like they are having a bit of deja vu moments because they didn't secure themselves in the top 8 yet. So they definitely want to have that slot because we had interviewed with Tony K early on. He mentioned about he's so confident to get themselves the Super Sunday straight towards the slot without going through the grind of the last chance stage. Hopefully that's going to be the case. If not, there's going to be a lot of demoralizing towards the side of Vampires if they have to go through last chance once more.
Yeah, at least the on the bright side, like even if they have to go to the last chance, the only thing that will happen to them is that they cannot have a shopping time. That's all. But because of the amount of points they already collected, they just need to go through the process, and we'll see them again on Sunday. Yeah, while the other players, they can, I don't know, add to their social media accounts on nice foodie pictures and all that. Just like how Zeta is so nice to come back in for the last game.
Yep, and I'm loving this lineup with Maxis in and Zeta as well. I feel like they can work out things better with this kind of momentum, not discrediting the facts of Rocky's performance, of course. I feel like Maxis do have sort of the same mindset as Zeta for now. But Alter Ego, they do feel a bit more happy. I can feel that they definitely are confident enough to get themselves to the top 8 Super Sunday. But when it comes to the last map of Miramar, who will have to go through the last chance stage, who will advance straight towards the Super Sunday.
Last game of the group stage it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Gonna get a flight path starting from Patona up all the way to Campo Militar this time. So teams like the Rob on the left side will need to travel quite a bit. But Valentine fight again? Nah, that's not gonna happen.
Yep, we're not looking at MORPH dropping himself early this time. So there's a high chance we actually do have a generous circle. Hopefully it's going to be a generous one, so it's a bit more pleasing for the players that actually have to go through the last grind of the day here, which deciding their own fate for the Super Sunday or not. But water treatment will be that kind of circle, or it's going to be a different completely like Alpozo. We don't get a lot of left side circle when it comes to Miramar so far.
Yes, a left side circle. We haven't had that at all. Yeah, I haven't had that at all. We always get like maximum it's like San Martin, water treatment, and that's it. Like nothing past that. So I think you have a good point there. If you haven't get that, you know, it's been a while. So wouldn't mind that kind of circle on the left side. If not, just give us Patona and I'll be really happy.
Now Impala.
Okay.
We've seen this one before. It didn't end well for most of the teams, and now the teams dropping themselves on top of Power Grid and San Martin will have to be quick regarding their looting phase because they need to get into the center, and I assume there'll be some teams going through the highway around Impala. But Yummy May, Tom, a bit of greeting.
Okay. Saying hello, but nobody wants to go and shake hands. No weapons on either side. Okay. Tam, he does have a TMR, but Yummy, he probably has nothing. So actually, Tam can kind of go for it, but maybe he's not too sure if Yummy has any weapons.
Yep. I think both teams are actually thinking the same thing. Oh, Yummy May, that's cute.
Okay, everyone's using the TPP now. All right.
The lean pig, though, it's like, what do you got, buddy? But it's like, I don't know if he got weapon or not. Same goes to the other side. So it's going to be a bit of a stalemate and staring contest between those two.
And there's the staring. 5 years later. Okay, never mind about that. So say hello to the rest of TODAK. Okay, Yummy. See you on Sunday. You can already start that way. Yep. There you go.
He ninja'd himself with a blade in his hands. That's how The warrior just happened to be fallen, but he still got dignity left, so he just pointed out that small knife and just hoping things will get as he pleases it would be. But for Boom, it's not too concerning regarding their positions and points right now, because we do know 100% they will be in Super Sunday. Talon Yoru, last time they almost close enough to get themselves those chicken, but unfortunately things didn't go their way based on how many teams surrounding them in the very last minute.
Yeah, if they got the chicken dinner, at least they have a big or wider gap between themselves and Vampire and also MORPH. So now without that chicken dinner, in fact, actually with that chicken dinner, they still need to do well and hope that Vampire and MORPH gets eliminated before them in order for them to get the ticket straight on Sunday.
Yep. Especially Vampires, they want it so bad. Same goes for MORPH. MORPH didn't actually go any Super Sunday last week. They didn't make it through for last chance as well. So this is going to be the closest shot they have. And still quite not so big of a gap. But Infinity, unless they score us, they surprise us, wow us with their performance with like what, double-digit elimination plus a chicken dinner. Now that's going to be a major drop from teams probably from 8th place towards the 10th.
And speaking about placement, so we do have PEA and YOODO too at the other end of the chart, 22 and 23 respectively. So looks like they're going to go face standoff this time. And last I noticed is that they are about 2,000 meters away from the circle. So similar situation with the XERXIA MORPH thing in the previous round.
Now speaking of the points, we do know for a fact the teams are actually on 10, 9 and 8th place, which in the 70s. They need to bump their numbers by going aggressive. For VOIN, it's going to be a tough one, but for Vampires, they still have a shot. They cannot afford to lose any men at this stage. Now, VOIN might be the biggest issue here, but they resort to parting ways early on, realizing how much at stake if they keep appearing. And that's going to be Maxis on the other way round. Tony K, he's going in.
Oh, Maxius alone. Okay, that's pretty much it. And Maxius, unless he can pull off a big clutcher against a Vampire Esports, but that's not going to be the case. Stone will take him down with M249, and Maxius out.
Team Secret will be the next contender here, but also with the spread of VOIN Donkey will actually try to do some revenge over their fallen teammate. But PIGMY versus Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they might be not so in the red zone, but it's better for them to actually have 5 more points at least to just solidify themselves in the top 8 here. It's still doable and reachable for Talon, Vampire and MORPH to push him down. For Alter Ego now, they have a fight against PIGMY. A bit of a trade, but 1 point translated, make it 2 knock, but both sides have to be 2v2.
Oh, nice play there by Octa. Alter Ego fighting back. Only 2 left for the side of PIGMY. Jobrenki is going to come in. And Alter Ego, like what you said, they could still use a couple more points just to be sure that they will be now, back on the Alter Ego versus PIGMY. It's only Jobrenki now.
Jobrenki. Well, on the side of Alter Ego, they're back to 3 players. They lost Hans for you. That's going to be tough because they need the points all they can get. But this is going to be them already securing 2 more points. Even if they got themselves eliminated, if they secure 5 more points, like 85 will be the safest benchmark right now. For Alter Ego, they're trying to scout the rest of the teams, but TODAK seems to be lurking around the high ground. If they're not being careful, it's going to be tough for them to get out from this compound once TODAK managed to visualize on their positions.
Yeah, so TODAK, look at their position, right, on the minimap, surrounding this area. And let's see who will they find first. Will they find Jobrenki first, or will they engage on the Alter Ego first? TODAK, they're at the stage where I wouldn't say they have nothing to lose, but they need more points to be a little bit more comfortable in the last chance qualifiers. And if they can get points out of these 2 teams, that'll be great. But speaking about getting points, PEA scored 1 against YOODO too.
And it's going to be the battle of Blue Zone once more. Now, be fought back. Track City IGL knocked down. He jumps in with the UMP. Spotted out another play of PEA Blaze. Is that the last one standing? Not yet. They still have 2 more players, but PEA, they are in shambles. Limb by limb. Taken out by YOODO 2 due to their knock towards Alfredo early on. Now, be finished off Track City IGL. Blaze possibly going to be next, and maybe even Kido and Mizi, who comes in very late.
But Kido, he does not have any first aids. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, it's a matter of time now. Yep. If it's not Kid, then it's going to be the blue.
It's going to be from bad to worse if he even spotted out Mizi. I feel like Kid knows exactly where the last player is. He definitely heard those audio cues before, but I'm not sure he knows exactly where he's at. If he's not being careful, he'll be sprayed down from the back. But the circle happens to be shifting down, up north. And that's going to be Minas Generalis for our next circle. PA last player standing. Mizi.
Wow. Now I wonder how many healing utilities does he have. Okay, we're back on to Jopranky now. Still without the ego, and they want to finish up the job. They want to make sure that nobody will be behind them to potentially backstab. Kid taken out by the blue. I thought Kid, he had a good amount of healing utilities. But okay, we hide that thought for a second. Let's see if Jopranky can pull off a safe toucher against Alter Ego, but the answer is no. And Alter Ego will finish off PIGMY. And with that, they have 4 elimination points.
Alva taking out for the teams just now, just to take the shot away. But Team Secret next against Boom. But Boom, well, it's Boom. Boom is just doing Boom things here right now. But Vampires is in a different situation entirely. Saying this for Team Secret, they need more points to carry forward later on this. I mean, like, yeah, Boom, it's fine. You're doing fine. Back to us, Team Secret against Vampires. Vampires need so much points here right now, Cloud.
Yeah, Boom, just, you know, they wouldn't mind taking an early break. But like what you say, Vampire, okay, now they only got 2 points. They need more if they want to be the top 8. And their golden goal, if they can push out NKT, that will be the best situation for them to be in. 77 points will be their target. Need toss across on the side of Vampire and up against Team Secret, who also needs points for tomorrow.
It's so crucial for Straps to actually relay the information once he has a glimpse of the player's position of Team Secret here. But the problem is they are indoors. And there's also Team Flash watching behind. He realized where he's at, repositioned himself throughout the valleys, knowing that the mountains will cover him temporarily, while giving information still towards the rest of Vampires, who got knocked, just close enough got knocked, but that managed to negate the damage in the last minute. Trung is pretty low himself, but Team Secret, they have to be just embracing the nades flying over.
Okay, here we go. Looks like Team Secret. We need to defend this hard against Vampire Esports. Stone, picking up his next name. Namkyut inside the building. Snake to knock him down, but no, Namkyut is still alive. Stone with M24 now, put pressure on the last side. Flug from the front though. Will spray with AK. And now second time around, tries to get GK. GK goes back to the building. But GK is super low right now. At this moment, they need to follow up, take out GK. But Vampire Esports, they know what they're doing. They've done the business against Team Secret.
Now Vampire scored themselves 6. That's the same point as NKT. NKT definitely been pushed down to 8th place. Talon's next here. Can they push down NKT? If not NKT, they definitely will not make it through the Super Sunday as long as Talon is still alive. But speaking of Vampires, they need to wrap things up quickly because XERXIA aiming for them, and Team Flash do have their cross-end target towards the side of Vampires. They have to make sure they can defend this if they want to march towards Super Sunday for Vampires.
Oh man, NKT! This feels bad. I mean, the fact that you can't do anything and you're watching by the sidelines. Now, they need to hope that Talon gets eliminated like right now, because if they gain like 1 or 2 points more, the NKT will be out of the top 8. And we will see Mr. Joe again tomorrow.
That's true. High chance we would be. But don't forget about MORPH as well. Now, MORPH has been super quiet. They might actually pull D Xavier's last minute pushing into the group stage. If Talon actually didn't survive that long till the top 4, MORPH will overrun them when it comes to getting that number 8 position as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if MORPH comes in as a top 8, for them to do that, okay, Vampire and Talon has to go out. And MORPH has gained the points. As of now, MORPH have not collected any elimination points at all just yet. So, so that's the current situation that they're in. For the Infinity to catch up, maybe a little bit too far for now because the teams close at the bottom line. They are pretty performing now.
MORPH start to open fire. We talked about them have to outlive Talon if they want to march towards the top 8 here. only one of them will actually march towards the top 8. Between Talon and MORPH, that's it. There's no more slot available later unless they push from Alter Ego, get more than 80 points. Now that's a different story entirely. But for the side of Talon, this is going to be it. They cannot be too reckless, overexpose themselves, because Team Flash is just across them as well. Now they definitely know where they at when it comes to the overall ranking, not willing to put everything in jeopardy, so not willing to risk all the stake they have. It's best for them to get the better position first.
Yeah, then perhaps to a certain extent hope that their closest contenders get eliminated. Let's see here, because Talon is on the move, so while they're on the move, they have a chance of scoring elimination points. And so far, only one for them. MORPH got one as well, by the way. But MORPH needs to do a little bit more to catch up with the Talon, and also hope that Talon and Vampire do not gain any more points.
Now for the side of Alter Ego, I think that's pretty confirmed. They will actually be in Super Sunday by now. Unless something else happens. Unless there's surprises for us with, like, what, 15 nominations plus a chicken dinner coming up from probably MORPH or Talon or even Infinity in this case. But 7-9, it's going to be a far-fetched coming out into Super Sunday, but they need more points to carry over forward towards their last chance stage. Rosemary being spotted out by UI, a bit of a spray, a bit of greeting done, warning shots perhaps. But they managed to take themselves into covers. Truck stop is still in the circle with Talon Axel knocked down. This is crucial for Talon.
Oh, circle as well is big for Talon. Went far away from them. Seems like Team Flash is blocking down Talon. And Team Flash Batman with now Axel. On the other side, we have Yoru firing back on Team Flash, but not able to get a knockdown to anyone. Now it's only Yoru and Misery left for Talon without the circle. They have to get away, but Misery, no space for him to run because Team Flash will come to him.
They need at least 2 more points of elimination just to push down NKT. They cannot afford to lose any more men here. With heavy casualty on the side, Talon needs to work things out. But here comes a nade coming up from Gosu. Knockdown on Misery. Oh my god. Down to only Yuri to do everything that they can for Talon. But on the other side, no! Team Flash eliminated Talon.
Sorry, Talon. Looks like we will see you again tomorrow. But for MORPH, they stand a chance. So for NKT, now they're sweating with MORPH.
Oh, MORPH. MORPH is not the teams that's too reckless when it comes to getting the positions, but they might be spotted up by Audrey. Say Audrey didn't spot him out. He got a 4-time scope, by the way. I think he can have a glimpse of the players of MORPH right now. Hulk is just across the other side as well. TODAK behind GEEK fam. Snipes is so far apart from Audrey right now. With Sam9 across the other side. GEEK fam, Sam9 and TODAK happen to be in a cluster here. But if they spotted out MORPH, another team will be devastated by end of today.
Okay, Team Flash and VOIN. Oh, I don't think Fang knows that Razak is there. Okay, this could be a big surprise here for Fang. Hello, Razak! Will not miss the shot. We say thank you very much for the point. And VOIN goes up above us and 9.
Yep, it's slightly a bit of a bump there. But for Team Flash, it's still doable for them. They got themselves 5 eliminations by now. Spotted out Vampire's player. Vampires are definitely enough. They are solidifying themselves at 7th place. But who will push them down? Whether it's going to be more for Team Flash, I think high chance they're still going to get into the Super Sunday with NKT still at 8th place. It's down to between MORPH and NKT, who's not playing here right now. MORPH, they still have a full squad.
Yeah, Vampire is definitely sure across. Because if for them to go out of the top 8, MORPH and Team Flash have to both push down Vampire. And, well, we know what Team Flash's point at this moment with the 2 players left. But if they can collect more points, why not? And Tony K, he almost got that, but Razak fell to the blue instead.
For the South Vampires, they're trying to secure at least 80 points by end of this round with a lot of players also start to be pressured by the blue zone. XERXIA taking on VOIN as well. And now VOIN, left, right, center, they're being eliminated with Infinity Team Flash. Still in the points there. Team Flash scored themselves at 64. Just as 1 point difference between Flash and Infinity right now. But it's all down to MORPH. Can they make it happen? I feel like they definitely want to pull the Xavier's last minute push into the Super Sunday.
We haven't seen much of MORPH yet, and that's a good potential. Okay, where's MORPH? Okay, they are on the north side. Next to them is going to be Sam9 and also GEEK. And will the circle favor them? Kind of, I guess. 3 players in the circle, only Flippy on the outside. So not too bad for MORPH.
They're spreading out very thin among themselves for the side of MORPH just to gain information and try to play it safe, knowing there's not many teams coming from the northern side. But YOODO 02 versus Alter Ego with Infinity in the context too. Now this is going to be a 3-way war while TODAK tried to steal a couple of eliminations from afar.
At this moment, YOODO 02 definitely need the points as compared to Alter Ego, who's pretty much across onto Sunday, so they don't really need the points. Not too desperate to take the fight against YOODO 02 for now. But if Rosemary can add to his personal tally, why not? Because he could be in the running for the FMVP.
True to that. When it comes to damage output, he's definitely one of the most high fraggers, high damage players out there. Vampires reposition himself just next to where Rosemary stands. Just they have those elevations on their side as advantage. XERXIA on the other end of the map as well. We can see it right across where Alter Ego stands. But Vampires start to shoot. MORPH have to face GEEK fam here, and MORPH needs those eliminations, but at the same time not sacrificing anybody.
Oh yeah, and so between GEEK fam and MORPH, at this moment, definitely MORPH first. But GEEK fam on the outside circle, MORPH on the inner side. But besides GEEK fam, there's also Sam9 close by with MORPH. And based on the min-map, I can see a couple of shots exchanged between the two of them.
If MORPH happened to be an accident here right now, and KT definitely cheering in their hotel rooms while watching this at the same time, because still 10 teams intact. If they're being eliminated here now for MORPH, there's no more placement points for them and no more eliminations still. But for the side of Vampires, they're aiming for those eliminations. Despite they know for a fact they won't go in the center of the circle, they're playing at the edge instead and trying to be as much third party as possible.
Ooh, man. Okay, MORPH in the circle. We keep talking about MORPH because that's the highlight team right now. But on screen, we switch over to TODAK, who has had a not too bad after the chicken dinner. They seem to be slightly on the rise. But the next challenge is going to be defending the final few circles here. We have stage 5 moving on to stage 6. And look at how careful all these teams are, as points still matter to every single one of them in their own right.
Yep, speaking of the points, which are going to be on the last chance stage on Saturday, which is going to be tomorrow, everybody wants to have an advantage when it comes to the starting line for tomorrow as well. Cleon knocked down, XERXIA Lobby X just managed to nade him from afar across the street, but here comes RNJ. Lynx tried to give a bit of a warning nade across, Tom giving support fire from the back, randomly tapped, didn't clip onto anybody just yet. But on the side of TODAK, they need to move because less than 10 seconds away, the circle will shrink even further.
And Mika taken out. And now it's circle time. We get the new circle in about 1 more second, ladies and gentlemen. How far will it go from them? Oh, okay. On the other side, we got TODAK fighting back. Can knock down the Gosu. Conti's going to follow up. But before the TODAK secures the elimination point. Gosu with a high guy advantage. TODAK within the smoke will heal up. No!
1 HP just
wow.
now. My god, TODAK did so much work here today.
Oh man. And 5 eliminations this round for TODAK. Beautifully done. But solo player of Vampire Esports has already moved. That's knocked down by 50. Now once again the elimination points. This is point time for MORPH. They only got through 24 out of the hands of King Fam. Isaiah now down to about 70% of health, but David defends by himself to Isaiah. And they send the cross onto Isaiah. Isaiah super duper low, last stick of health. MORPH all in onto Isaiah time.
74 points right now. They need more than 77. And here comes a nade and secures another 5 more points and 1 more point to go. They're definitely already overtaken NKT, including the position points here for MORPH. NKT now at 9th place. YOODO 02 Jumper now fighting against Infinity. And TODAK will be the next victim to as Jump finish off with a shotgun.
And here we go. YOODO 02 will clear off this compound. But not yet, not yet. Okay, Jumper. Pretty low, needs to heal up using his last first aid. But there's 1 player active inside this building. That's going to be GOT20 from the Infinity. Now cooking up his own nade. Tries to find an angle but this nade will not take out anyone. Jumper picking up a kid, but cancel because he knows that GOT2 is just around the corner.
Now, on the other side of the corner, MORPH trying to take more points just to solidify the positions here. They cannot be at a tie with NKT, not knowing whether they actually have enough placement points, if it's going to be a tiebreaker down to that. But for Infinity, GOT2 is still approaching to his side of YOODO, O2, Megamind, and getting on some 9. GOT2 just burned off the rest of them. MORPH stealing away GOT2 just now. But Sam9 have to bow out. Same goes for the side of Infinity. We're down to 6 teams.
Wow! MORPH actually saved Jumper. Okay. Interesting. And Jumper is still alive because of that. And now we move over to SERXIA. MORPH for the high ground. Not going to be an issue for SERXIA. Alter Ego on the other hand. Now this is more of like Rosemary's mission to add to his tally, because he definitely wants to be known as the FMVP again.
True to that. MORPH on the other end, still having a full squad. There's a high chance they might score the chicken here. But on the side of Empires, I think it's more than assured that they will be in the top 8 for the teams that are remaining. NKT will be devastating. Definitely they are having their palms, closing their faces right now, knowing the fact they've been pushed down. But for Vampires, they can rest. It's 100% they'll be in Super Sunday.
Yeah, even though MORPH overtakes Vampire, it's not going to make a difference. They're still in the top 8. And for MORPH, well, I guess it's more of like rubbing into the face of NKT now if they can score the chicken dinner.
Now, they definitely already pushed down NKT. NKT in 9th place here. But for MORPH, they want more. They want that glory of that chicken dinner here. XERXIA spotted out Hulk from afar. TODAK in between, getting those warehouse at work. Flippy coming out from flank side. Z a bit on the back line, but XERXIA need to advance. MORPH just capitalizing over the northern side of the circle. Half of the circle is theirs to take.
What a great position for MORPH to be in. While the other teams busy with each other on the south side, including SERXIA. TODAK's on the right side of SERXIA. Okay, they might want to clear off their sides. Let's see how they're going to do it. A lot of open space between the two teams. But at least they still have somewhat of the circle. I'll probably be a little bit more worried for Jumper, who's on the outside, on the left side of the circle last we saw him.
Megamind. Shrouded almost entirely. He is fast. His gear is running low. Utility-wise, still have enough, but no smoke on a Z. I'm not sure about the rest of XERXIA. If they do have this, going to be the perfect time for them to build up the bridge smoke to advance towards TODAK possibly. Alter Ego keeping the pressure and tap towards Jumper. The last play for YOODO. O2 still alive. 6 eliminations in the back. But for Jumper, how to hike up?
Almost no way. Okay, there you go. That is the end for YOODO, O2 and Jumper. Eliminator number 5 with 6 elimination points. And Alter Ego, they cleared the backs. Now they put focus onto their sides.
Alter Ego wants a very big statement by the end of today. They're still in here. They're still under the spotlight. With MORPH now challenging Alter Ego from the side. Rosemary already giving them a bit of a warning hand grenades down there. While we do have XERXIA in between. TODAK, after such a great run, they definitely hyped up with their performance. They're very different to what we've seen before.
Oh yeah, ever since they got the chicken dinner, they seem to be on the roll. So hopefully they'll be able to bring this on momentum tomorrow and find their way into the Super Sunday. But now TODAK moving into the middle circle. They've been shot at by XERXIA. Be careful, two of TODAK players now in the middle. One support player behind. One kind of low, but managed to heal up in time.
Say, they scored 7. This is 100% for MORPH to be in the Super Sunday. NKT will be devastated with this. Oh man, we just had an interview with NKT playing yesterday. They were pretty happy by the end of yesterday. Like I mentioned, Cloud, they need to ask the question, do they feel comfortable and confident enough to be in the Super Sunday? And the answer is no. It's still going to be 85 points for the same benchmark. And this is proven by the side of Alter Ego and MORPH, where they are so aggressively trying to still gain more eliminations there.
Alter Ego now. 2 of their players have to come in to the Alpha's position. Okay, here we go. Oh, but XERXIA, the entire team is still on the outside. 12 more seconds before the blue closes, and we will move on to stage 9 from there.
Advancing, MORPH now taking the fight head-to-head with TODAK, but Alter Ego is having the same sort of mindset here. both teams happen to be moving to a side of TODAK. But Alter Ego, their focus is going to be more Flippy finish off on Cleon. Straight on the ground, but Flippy got overexposed instead. It's going to be 2 knocks on TODAK, leaving only 1 player at the back line. Tom, he's pressured by the Blues, and there's no way exit for him because they're just Alter Ego and MORPH all eyeing out. Tom coming in with the vehicle. Here comes the sprays.
Well, everyone comes in at the same time while Rosemary takes out Earthsea from XERXIA. And TODAK eliminator number 4, 2 elimination points. The Dom blown up the smithereens. Rosemary comes in, gets another one. Rosemary truly wants to add the tally to his name by taking out RNJ. Rosemary somehow made it into the circle.
8 eliminations for Alter Ego. MORPH still having a 4 with 63%. Where they might actually score this chicken dinner, but Zero is spotted out by Rosemary first. Is faster in terms of reflex, but Megamind just in front of them.
The Alphas really need to charge. Megamind might go inside, and there goes Megamind and Rosemary together with Alpha. It's actually Alpha who actually scored that elimination onto Megamind, and that's even more for Alter Ego.
Is it going to be the Indonesians finale once more? A 3v3 between MORPH and also Alter Ego. Rosemary open up the flank side. Alpha trying to stay low while Flippy already cooking up the nade. Sidewave just pick up Zero once more. This is a great opportunity for MORPH to picking up all the members that's been knocked out early on because Alter Ego do have a hard shot from this angle. They don't have those elevations.
It's going to be interesting, but we didn't talk about MORPH dropping in the face of NKT to score this chicken dinner. But 4v3, I think they do stand a better chance against Alter Ego. 62% chance of them scoring this chicken dinner based on the stats. Alter Ego on the outer side, while MORPH, they have better control of the circle at this moment.
10 eliminations with Zero getting the least amount. Usually he's getting the most out of it. But Zero, he's definitely trying to find an opening. And here comes Flippy, trying to bait them out. The pressure is on for Alter Ego. They are forced to have a head-to-head fight. And Zay will try to go for the flanks. Octa down to only 20% of HP. But Zay managed to negate the damage over that explosion. Here comes a push. Here comes a rush. Alpha taking it out for the rest of the team. But where is Rosemary? Still in the back line. Down to 1 player here.
Oh, there you go. They have to surround that. And MORPH scores the final chicken dinner today. And technically, another orange team with the chicken dinner. Coming back on the NKT who will be playing against tomorrow.
They're playing it quiet and safe at first and just push the numbers up with over 10 eliminations just now. I think they scored 13 by the end of the round, and that's just 100% assurance and information that they will get themselves in the top 8. NKT, see you tomorrow.
Oh man, NKT. Watching this from their hotel rooms and telling themselves that, guys, looks like we can't go shopping tomorrow, so, you know, it's back to work again. But looking at the numbers, MORPH, how many eliminations did they get? Let's see. 13 eliminations collected by MORPH.
Yep, with Flippy taking the most damage output. What the damage received, it's going to be most by... They have still Flippy down there. But elimination, why still going to be the most for the side of Zay? He's actually playing it very smart. But the top 4 teams and also the MVP is going to be Flippy here.
Again, Flippy, 3 eliminations, 736 damage, 338 damage received, 23 team contribution, and 28 minutes 15 seconds survival time, and 2 chicken dinners so far for MORPH, and both of them Flippy the MVP.
Last minute push coming up from the side of MORPH, definitely worth it for them, so they can have a break for tomorrow. But spreading across the board here, we do have a lot of orange and a bit of tin of pink, and also a mixture of the red of Alter Ego. But when it comes to travel distance, the furthest away is actually XERXIA, 54,000 meters. But let's jump straight into the highlight to relive the moment where NKT get pushed down and MORPH scoring the chicken dinners.
And MORPH came from the north side, pretty much unchallenged till it matters. And with that, 23 points collected by MORPH, followed by Alter Ego, who has qualified even before this round. Vampire Esports up here as well, and with the 11 points collected, they have qualified as well. While for XERXIA, YOODO to TODAK, Team Flash, and the Infinity, we will surely see them again tomorrow.
Yeah, we can see the frustration in FaZe Clan. Team Flash know they are able to push in last minute, but provided there's so many conditions have to be met, and they cannot be eliminated early. But GEEK Fam and Boom, I mean like Boom just having fun, I guess. GEEK Fam on the other hand, this is gonna be another last chance stage for them as well. PIGMY do have the same spot just like last week too. But next we do have where everything matters. It's gonna be NKT pushed down in the very last minute.
5 points from at least the same amount of points as Vampire Esports, but there's nothing much they can do about it today because they're obviously not playing. As for TALON, they are actually 6 points away from Vampire Esports, and it was unfortunate that TALON got eliminated fairly early in this round, so not able to be in the top 8. So we'll see TALON again. But honestly, with the amount of points collected by teams in page 1, even though they're out of the top 8, they will have a comfortable day tomorrow.
True, except for the very bottom here. Roy is not playing it today, but they have a lot of work to do for tomorrow. Same goes for the team in the 30s here. Despite YOODO to just 1 point to go towards 40s, but at least it's not too far off compared to the teams around 23rd and 24th place, which is going to be PEA, and Roy is going to be the toughest one to start things off for their last chance stage tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of work for them to do tomorrow. It will be an insane warfare for especially those teams who missed out on week 1's Super Sunday. So looking at you guys out there, you know who you are. Teams like YOODO02, Roy, TODAK, Team Secret, and GEEK Fam even. So yeah, I mean, they're still not comfortable here in the overalls to make it there. But here we are. The teams who qualified directly on the Super Sunday. Again, we celebrate the Savior, Boom Esports, Alter Ego, MORPH, BTR, FaZe Clan, YOODO Alliance, and Vampire Esports.
Now that's going to be only one Malaysia team and one Vietnam team to go straight into the Super Sunday, but it's not done yet. We still have 8 more slots to go because it's going to be open up for the teams in the last chance stage tomorrow. Who will make it up to the top 8 for NKT, Talon, Crew VIP, RQ, Infinity, Team Flash, XERXIA, Sam9, VOIN, Donkey, PIGMY, GEEK Fam, Team Secret, TODAK, YOODO02, PA, and Roy. They are teams that, like you mentioned, Cloud, never been in Super Sunday before. This is going to be their chance to redeem themselves from last week's performance. But we're done for now. We toss it back to our host, Miss Bo.
Are you guys enjoying the game? And now I'm with Boom Racing. Say hi to fans and the camera.
Hi.
Okay, hi. Okay, this week you play very well. Do you think you can maintain your good performance in Super Sundays? Can you share any strategy with us for the game?
Okay, buat Boom, di minggu ini prestasi sangat-sangat baik. Apakah kamu pede yang kamu bakal tetap konsisten di Super Sunday? Kalau iya, bisa nggak cerita apa strategi yang lagi dipakai sekarang?
Kalau buat PD di Super Sunday kita pasti PD karena yang kemarin juara juga kita kan. Jadi kita ingin mempertahankan gelar juaranya dan kita bakal fokus buat memperbaiki diri sendiri.
Okay. If you ask me about whether will we be consistent or confident in Super Sunday, yes, of course. We try to be a consistent team in the Super Sunday. It's because of last season we were the champion, so we want to defend that title. So we will keep improving.
Okay, so you want to protect your champion.
Yep.
Okay, so hope you do that. Is there any team you expect to perform well but they didn't? Any word to them?
Okay, sepanjang minggu ini ada nggak tim-tim yang kamu ngira mereka bakal perform, ternyata tidak? Kalau ada, apa yang mau disampaikan kepada tim tersebut?
Dari aku nggak ada sih, nggak terlalu mikirin buat tim lain, lebih fokus ke tim sendiri?
I did not expect any other team is because of I keep focusing on my team. So if you ask me this kind of question, I think I don't have any team that I expect to perform.
Okay, so just focus on your team. Okay, tomorrow you have a break day. So will you be studying any team and prepare for Super Sunday? Focus on any team and have any message to them?
Ni mumpung kamu lagi nggak main besok di last chance, ada nggak tim-tim yang kamu bakal nonton yang bermain di last chance? Pelajarin mereka dan bermain di Super Sunday nanti. Kalau ada, apa sedikit kata-kata buat tim tersebut?
Apa ya? Kayak nggak ada sih. Tetap fokus buat tim memperbaiki lah. Karena kita masih banyak mistake yang kita perbuat kan. Nah kita fokus buat memperbaikinya. Nah nanti pas di Super Sunday baru kita terapkan.
So in last chance tomorrow we don't have plan to watch or learn from other team because as for these 2 days we have a mistake as well. So our focus is try to improve our mistake so that we can fix it before Super Sunday start. And I hope that we can perform in Super Sunday.
Okay, so tomorrow your break day, you will like practice all day or you go to enjoy around Bangkok or something plan?
Oke, jadi mumpung nggak main besok, adakah kalian akan ya keluar jalan-jalan di sekitar Bangkok atau kamu bakal tetap latihan dan perbaiki lagi masalah kamu?
Mungkin lebih ke arah dua-duanya sih. Yang bisa mungkin kayak malamnya keluar terus kayak mau pagi tuh buat belajar lagi, kayak ngeliatin tim-tim lain.
Oke. For tomorrow rest day, I think of course we're gonna sightseeing around Bangkok. But then again, we still gonna keep improving. We want to make up our mistake back and fix our mistake back. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, enjoy your holidays. I think it's a holiday. Okay, thank you for today and see you tomorrow for more action. And now it's time to go to the final pass and caster decks.
Well, if you see them wearing elephant pants on Sunday, you know where they went. They went shopping.
I personally feel like there's some of the Thai players actually open up the booth there to just sell out the pants for them instead because everybody got the same print, man.
Might as well, right? Like somebody becomes the supplier to everyone.
The business is good.
It's definitely not
Why
easy.
not? Well, definitely not. Nobody buying his pants yet. But speaking of our Super Sunday, that's going to be a fun Sunday to watch this week because we do have the king of Super Sunday these days. We have the defending title champion Boom. We have the previous champions Alter Ego to fight on the top 3, or maybe there'll be another team surprises in the last minute.
Yeah, who knows, right? Especially for tomorrow because Quick VIP, they missed out on last week's Super Sunday. And this week, the points collected, they're pretty comfortable up there. Expect them to see the light of Super Sunday for the first time this season.
Also, I'm looking for the teams that haven't spotted themselves the chicken for tomorrow as well. That's going to be Roy, PUA, YOODO, GEEK Fam, Team Secret, RQ. I think they already advanced, possibly. But I think that's a wrap for us today. So we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Don't forget about the GMT +7, by the way. And that's it. I don't think we have anything else to say. We need to eat our dinner and we need to go. Bye, guys. Good night.